Hello. Wait, this is the wrong screen. Yes. That screen. Still gotta get used to using two different screens. But, hello, welcome. How's everyone doing? Tater's in here already. So let's continue on with whatever was going on. Nope. Alright, September 7th, 311. Detention Center Visitors Room.
Screen share.
Oh yeah, shoot. Almost forgot. 1 second, guys. There you go. You see it?
Yep.
Nice. Let me get something ready, and there we go. Well, hello. Okay. I didn't expect anyone to visit me in such a dank place like this. It's really quite moving. Not, you stinking lawyer, I hope you die! Have you come to laugh? Yes, laugh at the fallen Miss May. No, not really. There's something I wanted to ask. Unfortunately, there is nothing I want to be asked. Haven't you done enough questioning, you spiky head? Here we go again. Please, you're scaring the security guard. He looks pretty distraught back there.
Experiencing flashbacks over there.
He has like Vietnam flashbacks going on. So, what is it you wish to ask me then? For starters, how did you get to be so totally whacked? Examine. Camera. Smile for the camera. Hey guard, you still scared? This guard monitors the visitors room. He hasn't moved an inch. A real pro, this guy. Maybe he just doesn't get to see a lot of women like Miss May in here. Alright. That man. About the man who stayed with you in your hotel room. Can you tell me about him? Where is he? Come on. No way, Jose. Maybe if I had something to get her to talk. A wiretap. Why did you place a wiretap on Mia's phone? Aw. When you say it like that, it sounds so gold. So criminal. Tapping people's phones is a crime, Miss May. Oh. And I suppose you learned that in lawyer school, Creep. This woman is impossible to talk to. Say, why are you so angry? I mean, you don't look like a bad person. Oh, that does it. Bottom-feeding, scum-sucking lawyer. Bottom? I can't tell. Does she have a thing against lawyers or just against me? Did I have anything to give her?
Not at this moment, really.
Yeah, I didn't think I did. Well,
There'll be a piece of evidence you'll obtain that'll get her to talk.
well, I guess let's look for that piece of evidence, I guess. Move. That's the button. Let's check the hotel again.
You're scaring the guard and I have no pie to calm him down.
September 7th.
Beautiful.
Gatewater Hotel, room 303. Ah, welcome, sir. Quite the performance today, if I dare say so myself. Oh, thanks. Sorry for putting you on the spot like that. No, not at all, sir. Your efforts today can only help the Gatewater's rep, as they say. Huh? Rep? Yes. Our reputation will swell as the hotel where the murderer used the wiretap. We can charge a premium for that room, of course. It will be great for business, sir. Whoa, whoa! Miss May hasn't been charged with the murder, no matter how many times I tried. I, too, will become famous. The bellboy who brought the murderer iced coffee. Why do I feel like we're both stuck in the same bad dream? So, you are our honored guest. Please, let me know if there is anything I can bring you. Thanks, Sandy. Let's look in there again. Oh, there's still a screwdriver stuck in that drawer. Ah, please, leave that as it is, sir. That's the Drawer of Terror, hiding place of the murderer's wiretap. It's set to become one of the most popular attractions here. This guy's serious. I don't believe it. The vase, as expected. I'm not good with flower names, except maybe tulips and sunflowers. Ah, a still scene painting. Wait, should that be still life? Okay, same thing. Window. Nice weather again today. I can see the Fay & Co. law offices, of course. Ah, yes. We plan to install a telescope in that window, of course. That's a little invasive, don't you think? Just $5 will earn you a 3-minute view of View to a Kill. Just kidding, sir. Oh. By that look in his eyes, I'd say he was more than serious. Bed. Simple bed. It's been recently made. Nothing eye-catching here. Yep. A bottle and 2 glasses rest on the table. Why hasn't he cleaned these up by now? Ah, I beg your pardon, sir. But if you could please refrain from touching those. It's part of the decor. I call it the last drink before murder. We'll be famous. The talk of the hotel industry. Okay then. I think that's all. Miss May. About Miss May. Oh, her? Sir, not to boast, but I knew the moment I saw her. She'd do it, I said. Do what? I'm starting to think the most suspicious person here is this guy. I wanted to ask you about the man who was with Miss May. Ah, yes. He struck me as a real lady killer, if you'll pardon the expression. I knew it from the moment I saw him, sir. He and I are the same ilk. We both carry the scent of danger. There we are in total agreement, Mr. Psycho Bellboy. If you had a photo of that man, I'm quite sure I could identify him. A photo? A hotel. Can you tell me about this hotel? Absolutely. And on that subject, I have an excellent idea, sir. Currently, this hotel is known as the Gatewater. I propose that we add a subtitle. A subtitle? The Gatewater Hotel. Murder Manor. Well, what do you think? Sounds great! Whatever floats your tea set. Alright, Mr. Weird Bellboy. I'm gonna go check the office or something. September 7th, Fay & Co. Law Office. Looks like forensics is taking the day off today. Detective Gumshoe's nowhere in sight. The police really gave this place a working over. I doubt there are any valuable clues left. Suppose it can't hurt to take a look around though. Examine. Sky is blue and so am I. Hey buddy. Aww. Yeah, that's a sad line. How you doing?
Hey buddy.
There's that hotel, right across the way. Mia's favorite potted plant. I guess I'll have to water it now. An old movie poster. Apparently this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she first saw it. I'll have to check it out one of these days, so same thing. Mia's desk. Perfectly clean, as always. The only thing missing is Mia. And records. You can cram more legal books in here even if you wanted to. All the cases that the chief worked on are filed here. Are some of the files missing? Nah, I'm imagining things.
Ah, those must have been the files that she was going to put in the thinker.
That's what I was thinking. Good thinking. Wait, I was already there. Ah! Go away! But sir, you just got here.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
September 7, Grossberg Law Office. Huh? Looks like Grossberg is out today. Again. Maybe he's avoiding me for some reason. Sam. Wait a second. Wasn't there a giant painting hanging on that wall? Yeah. Yeah, it was a painting of... It was a fisherman, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Wasn't it? It wasn't a very memorable painting anyhow.
I think Phoenix says that for all three. It was like, wasn't it? Nah,
I don't remember.
It's not that great of a painting.
An expensive potted plant. No idea what kind of plant it is, but it's probably the most expensive one available. A table for clients. An elegant ebony case, and if I'm not mistaken, that lighter's made of solid gold. Even I can tell someone here's got money to burn with the same line. Probably about expensive looking books that looks like they haven't been read.
Yep.
Solid mahogany desk. The wood's been polished to a deep luster. Okay. So, let's look at the photo. What's this? Old photos? There are two lying here. Something's been written in pencil on the backs. DL6 incident, Exhibit A. DL6 incident, Exhibit B. Let's take a look at these. Let's look at this one. Hey, Ezra. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I'm sure I've seen this person somewhere. Perhaps I'll borrow this photo. I'm sure no one will miss just one little photo, and it might be a valuable clue. I'll take it for now. Photograph quietly added to the court record. And? Oh. A photo lies on the desk. Maybe I should switch it with the one I took. Yeah, let's swap. I think I'll swap them. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go give this to the bellboy.
Good idea.
Welcome back, sir.
Where's that?
Yeah.
There you go.
Here you go. Take a look at this photo. Oh, thanks for the hydrating. Is there? I am prepared this time. I have 4 water bottles, and I better not be going through all of them.
I'll be completely honest, I don't think you should have admitted how many water bottles you had.
Oh god, you're right. I actually have like 20. I just bought a full case and I put them in my computer room. See, they'll never know now. That's him, detective. I'm the lawyer. Oh, I know that. I just wanted to say detective once. You know how it is. No, I don't. Without a doubt, that is the man who checked in with Miss April May. How about I write an affidavit? What is that?
It's like that. It's like affidavit, one or the other.
Affidavit swearing that that's him. An affidavit? This guy is way too excited about this. Sure, why not? Well, sure, why not? Yes! I've always wanted to write an affidavit, sir. From henceforth, I will be known as the bellboy who swore the affidavit. Just hurry up and write it. Bellboy's affidavit added to the court record.
Now you got an official statement from the bellboy,
Nice.
proving that he was there.
Not even Miss May can play dumb to this.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, Phoenix. Alright, let's move back. Oh god, how many hydrates is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hydrates. How dare you guys? 1 sip. 2 sip. 3 sip. 4 sip. 5 sip. There you go. Alright, detention center. You again. Can't you take a hint and stay gone? Hey, I'm the only reason I'm back here is because you won't talk to me. Oh, so it's my fault now. You don't just have spiky hair, you also have a spiky heart. That does it. When this case is done, I'm shaving my head. Here, take a look at this. Could you have a look at this? What's that? The bellboy's affidavit. It tells us everything he saw. Such as the man you checked in with. It was most definitely this guy. Now I'm getting somewhere. Push her hard. This is it. All or nothing. Time to do a little bluff. No use playing dumb. If indeed that's an act. If you don't talk, I'm taking this info to the press. Oops, pardon me. What? Even though he should have been witness to murder, your little friend was missing. I'm sure the press would have a field day with his reputation. Oh! Fine. I'll talk. You win, lawyer. Yes! Man, that felt good. It's great to be alive. Why are you pumping your fists in the air? And why is there apple pies in both hands?
That's my favorite part, is that like he just literally right in front of her just went, yes!
I did it! Now tell me about the man you were with. That man, he's my boss. Red White, the president of the information gathering conglomerate, Blue Corp. Red White. Information gathering? Well, I suppose you can call it a detective agency. So this is the man that was with you on the night of the murder. I'm scared to talk. I don't want to end up like her. It's okay. I'll just ask Mr. White myself. Or himself. Can you tell me where Blue Corp is located? Mr. Red White. At last! Finally. A lead on this guy. If April May couldn't have done it, that leaves him. Time to take action. Bellboy's affidavit is discarded. Okay then. Can I go there now? Oh, Blue Corp. Yeah, so far I'm really enjoying Phoenix. He is the smartest, dumbest guy so far.
He's the smartest bullshitter you'll ever see in your life.
September 7th. Blue Corp Inc. CEO's office. What's with the surreal decor?
Oh, welcome! Please, furnish me with the title of your personage.
What the?
Your name. What's your name? I was just inquirably asking the title that you go by.
Wright? Phoenix Wright? Inquirably.
Mr. Wright, is it? Right, I see. Splendiferous! Perhaps I have intimidated you with my gigantesque vocabulary.
What is this guy's problem?
I hate him already.
I'm Red White, CEO of Blue Corp. You know, corporate expansion official. My business dealings bring me into contact with the elite of the elite. So I'm afraid I am not used to conversing with the wordily challenged.
What a fruitcake! Oh, God.
That absolute frustration in your voice. Let me guess. You are an attorney fresh out of law school, are you not? That's the only explanation for why you would come to meet me like this.
What does he mean by that?
No matter. So, what business does a mighty lawyer have with a man such as myself?
Yipes. This guy's arrogance meter is off the scale. Well, if you don't mind me, I'm just gonna be examining your room. Completely ignoring you. This is the top floor of a 20-story building. The view is quite presidential. Haven't I seen this somewhere? Is this a replica?
Ridiculosity! I have no interest in anything but originals. That's right, there is a bona fide that right there is a bona fide original, worth 5 million for sure.
Trophy case. Impressive lineup of trophies. Judge's special runner-up. Best participation. Judge's cooperation award. Special good try prize. Bruh, I feel personally attacked. That's my trophy case. I still have all those ribbons from school too. The words judges and special kind of stand out. A statue of a man holding up the world. The Blue Corp sign certainly stands out enough. The model for the man is, of course, Mr. White.
Truly a work of art, but probably too bodacious for you to appreciate, correct?
I think it's a little too bodacious for just about anyone to appreciate. Phoenix is the guy who writes his essays the same way 5 different ways to make it a 5-page. I can see that. And yes, he does look like a secret drug lord. Oh my god. The amount of pink. And wait, his desk is— oh god, you're right. His desk is, this is like Kanashiro's level of...
Of fucked up?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm guessing this is supposed to be a desk. My. This is quite the thing.
It is modeled on my body, see? Well, does its sleek round nature not inspire you?
No.
Not really, no.
Can I check out your chair? Nope.
Nope, I guess that's it.
Alright. Miss May is an employee of Blue Corp, is she not?
Correct. She was my secretariat. What a shock it was to hear what she has done.
What she has done? You mean the wiretap?
Indeed, she is paid to answer phones. Tapping them is not in her job description. She does gather information for us as part of her duties. But I assure you, we do not condone illegal methods. It is ineffable that she would do this.
It sounds like he's trying to turn Miss May into a scapegoat. On the night of the murder, were you in April May's hotel room?
Who can say? I seldom pay attention to mundane details such as a time and place. My motto is, don't worry, be happy.
Still, Mr. White, the hotel bellboy has stated on the record that he does remember you very clearly.
No matter, the bellboy can say what he pleases. I still won't talk to you. I mean, you're talking to us now.
Yeah.
If you want me to speak, put me on the witness stand. although I doubt you'd be capable of doing that.
He raises a good question, actually. Why didn't the prosecution call him as a witness? He should have seen the same thing as April May.
Oh ho ho. The police, the courts. To me, they are mere toys, playthings for my amusement.
What kind of company is Blue Corp, anyway?
Ah, excellent question. I won't tell you.
No, I told you I wasn't gonna talk.
We buy and sell various kinds of information. We are a company of the future, you might say. We are the future.
Sell information.
In just 10 years, I've built this business up into the grand office you see now. Ah, in case you were wondering, Blue Corp was named after the color blue.
Oh, gee, really?
Shit! God, I hate this guy. I, Red White of Blue Corp, as founder and CEO, named it so. Of course.
Oh my goodness.
And why, you ask? Because I like the color blue, of course. Fantabulistic, is it not?
You could say that again.
Is your brain hurting? 'Cause mine is.
Yeah, ever so slightly. There's something that's been bothering me.
Yes? What might that be?
That big painting on the wall over there. I've seen it before. No, I've actually seen that painting before.
Oh?
Just yesterday, actually.
Your point being?
My point is simple. Rather, my question is simple. Why is that painting hanging on your wall?
Mr. Wrong, was it?
Right.
It appears you do not fully grasp your position here. I ask again, who are you?
Huh? A lawyer?
No, my feeble friend. A mere lawyer. Worth nothing. Zilch. Zippo. Nada. Just like that sorry excuse for an attorney Grody burger.
Grody burger? What? Oof! He punched me!
Well, Mr. Lawyer, what will you do, eh? Charge me with assault? Charge away. I welcome it, for it is you who will be found guilty.
What?
Heed my exposition. The police, the courts, they all do my bidding.
So you say. But I wonder, that kind of control really possible?
I don't expect you to understand. It is a world beyond your compensation. You came here from Grody Burgers, I presume?
Mr. Grossberg's, yes.
Then you must ask him, why is it that this painting of his hangs here? Perhaps then he will tell you? Perhaps he will explain how a man can live life purely for personal profit. Go now, skedaddle. There's nothing more to discuss.
Ugh. Yeah, I strongly dislike him, Righty. His name has colors red. My name is company. Yep, he's just a wannabe president. You are completely right, Azure. Oh no. Terrible. But to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, I'd rather have this guy as president than my current one. Let's go back to Grossberg's. Huh? I don't think he's noticed me standing here. Maybe I should clear my throat.
Jumping Jehoshaphat! Oh, you!
Oh, what's wrong? He looks so pensive, like an old man at the end of his days.
I'm not senile yet. I was just thinking about this whole mess.
Something's really bothering him. That much is clear. Oh. So you came to see the trial?
Yes, I did. Something was bothering me all last night. You see, couldn't get a wink of sleep.
Really? What was that?
Well, you see, it's just Mia's sister, that poor girl. My boy, I owe you my thanks truly. I don't know what I would have done if things had gone poorly for the girl.
Your refusal? I asked before, but why did you refuse her request for defense? I think I have a right to know.
A right, Mr. Wright? No, I'm sorry. It's just I need more time to think about it, my boy.
Does seem troubled about something. I'm starting to have a feeling I know what it is. So, I paid Blue Corp a visit.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Grossberg, I have to admit, something has been bothering me.
Oh, what is it? Well, out with it, my boy.
You see, it's just... a photo of Mr. White. It's just, he was so...
I know. He's such a scumbag.
That big painting. Why not? Mr. Grossberg, sir? There's a giant painting hanging right there the other day. Was there not? The one you said you had no intention of parting with? Well, I saw it today. It was in the CEO office at Blue Corp. Red White's office.
So you noticed. I suppose I should have guessed you would. It is a large painting.
Mr. Grossberg, I know you and Mr. White are connected somehow.
Connected, you say?
Yes, and I know what it is.
You're
You're lovers. It's not something I claim to understand.
Want to know the best part? It's not gonna make you try again. You you chose one that will keep going.
Oh, God bless, I love it. But you and Mr. White are lovers, aren't you?
What? My boy!
You sent that painting to him as a sign. As a sign of a love.
My boy, please! You're letting your fatsies run away with you!
Done.
Where do you get these bizarre ideas?
I don't understand how you could.
That's because I'm not! We're not! Don't be ridiculous! Enough! I'll swallow my pride and tell you all.
I knew it. They are lovers. Oh, Phoenix.
No! We are not lovers! Red White is a man who makes his living through intimidation. Blue Corp is a company that excels in finding people's weaknesses, I'm afraid. I've been paying them for 15 years now.
15 years?
All because of the DL6 incident, as you may have guessed.
The name on the back of those photographs.
As you suspected, I could not stand in defense of Maya because of this. White would have destroyed me if I did.
So that's the connection.
It is hard for me to tell you this, my boy. But arresting Red White will be nigh on impossible.
Impossible? Why?
He has information on everyone. It gives him an iron grip. He owns judges, attorneys, prosecutors, police, and politicians.
What?
They are bound unable to do harm to themselves and therefore to him.
Don't look at me like that. What you see is nothing more than the weight of many years. And the weight of too many Big Mac. You know what I'm saying?
Ugh,
That's not funny.
poor Grossberg. He just wanted to love Red White. And he's been doing this for 15 years to prove his love.
He was just like, why won't you notice me, Red?
Alright. What is the DL6 incident? Buddy, you're completely right. Intimidation and intimidation.
Oh, God.
Can we get some Red White X Grossberg fan art now?
Need some Red White X Grossberg emotes.
Ooh. It'll be like the it's
I'm
like those,
blushing Grossberg.
oh no.
Okay.
Yes.
Nothing more than the sorting code the police gave the case.
I was so close to reading it.
It was 15 years ago now. I received a request from a medium, a spirit medium.
Medium?
Her name was Misty Fey.
Faye.
Indeed, she was Mia's mother. She had been investigating a murder at the bequest of the police. And she failed. As a result, the police called her a fraud.
This is what Maya was talking about the other day.
I did all I could for her and in the end cleared her of wrongdoing. That murder case, however, remains unsolved to this day. That case is the DL6 incident.
Reason for blackmail. But why were you blackmailing or blackmailed over this, Mr. Grossberg?
The DL6 incident was top secret at the time. It made sense. The police didn't want people to know they were using a medium. They couldn't let people know. But one person found out. I told him.
You told White?
He offered me riches. It is an embarrassment to me now. Because I talked, the police were mocked far and wide. In secret, they began looking for the one who sold them out. Of course, White heard about it and he came to me. Only this time, the offer was blackmail.
I see.
White controls the law of this country as he sees fit. Yet, if you would still challenge him, have a close look at Mia's office.
Mia's office?
She followed his every move for years. She may have recorded something of what she found.
Well, thanks, Mr. Grossberg. We're gonna head on out now, but unless you have saw that photo, no, I can't take that photo now. Damn you, Mr. Grossberg. Goodbye. It's funny. Looking at this room, it seems so normal. Hard to imagine a murder took place. Mr. Grossberg said there would be clues. Maybe I should have another look. Here. All the cases the chief ever worked on are filed here. They're in alphabetical order. Let's take a look. Which file should I look at? I guess here. Makes the most sense, right? T, U, I know, W, White. Hmm? The entire W section is missing. Was it taken? All the cases, let's look through A through I. Let's see if there's a record in this file that catches my, okay guys, I'm turning off the game now. It was a good stream. But this is where I draw the line. Sorry. Good night, guys. I'm just gonna...
Oh, boy.
Dang it, it wouldn't go away. A, B, F? Misty Fey. That's me and Maya's mother. Should I take a look? Sure.
Oh. I have tarnished the Fey name, leaving only these words, my mother vanished. I was determined to find the ones who had made my mother blame herself in this way. Using the power that runs in my family, I held an audience with the dead. Finally, the names of two men surfaced. One was Marvin Grossberg, a lawyer who sold my mother's information for riches. The other was the man who sold that information to the press. This parasite who makes his fortune on threats and coercion. His name is...
The record stops there. So Mia knew Grossberg. Alright, let's look through J through S. Nothing's wrong with puns, but sometimes those puns just dig so deep into your brain that you just stop thinking for a second, you know? You really just have to stop and think about it, and that's when you just like drop into a coma. It's terrible. Let's see. J through S. Nothing much in here. Maybe I'll just skim some of this? Sure. Well, no harm in flipping through a bit, I guess. These parts here at the end is S. Suicide? Ew. She has a collection of suicide reports. There's politicians, policemen. There's writing on most of these in pencil. White? This is Mia's handwriting. I get it. Mia thought he was involved in these suicides. White drove them all to. I can use these newspaper clippings. Let's find the most disturbing one. Newspaper clipping added to the court record. Article about a politician's suicide. The word white is written in pencil at the top. Alright, anything else here? I don't think so. But we really need to go see that movie. Let's go. Is it in theaters still? Probably not. We're going to Blockbuster, whatever year this is. They have flip phones. I guess detention center again? Apparently, Miss May is in questioning. I doubt they'll let me talk to her today. You okay, man? You alright? This card monitors the visitor's room. He hasn't moved an inch. A real pro, this guy. This poor guy. And the camera thing's gonna be the same, yep. So, not here. Let's go back to Grossberg. Hey, Grossberg. No? Fine! Blue Corp?
Well, aren't you persistent?
Sorry, but there's something I have to ask you.
Mr. Lawyer? I really hate having to repeat myself. But it seems the message has not yet penetrated your thick skull. Stop bothering me. If you try my patience further, I fear a nasty accident may occur. Do I make myself clear?
Transparent. But I have a question. I think we're past needing to talk about April, May. I've got to put this guy on the spot and quick.
What's the matter? You seem distressed.
This guy's a pro at pulling the wool over people's eyes. I've got to put him on the spot and quick.
Stop that! Your hot gaze is giving me goosebumps.
Oh god. It reminds me of the man named Grossberg. That's how he looked at me every time we met.
I told him to stop bothering me, it's creeping me out, but for some reason he persists.
And he keeps giving me all these letters. He opens up one of the statues, just pours a bunch of Grossberg letters. I miss you. I'll give you this painting for one date.
To the love of my life.
There's no point asking someone this crooked a straight question. I need some evidence I can use as ammo.
What's wrong? Is something stuck to my face?
Ugh.
Why, yes. There's my eyes, and my nose, and my mouth. But of course, I jest. You need not restrain your mirth, my friend. It is okay to indulge in my cosmopolitan sense of humor. I will not think less of you.
Well, let's present him something. Why do you
mean-
there's your photograph here?
Well,
I mean,
only one thing you can't
this is
present.
the only clue that Mia left me. I'd better make this one count. Mr. White, see this? It's an article describing the suicide of a politician. He was embezzling secret government funds. And one day, word got leaked to the press. The very next day, he took his own life.
And this concerns me how?
I found this article in Mia's office.
Miss Mia?
She had a file filled with articles like this. Every one of them was labeled with a single word. White. Mr. White, I know what you did to this politician. You blackmailed him.
Hell yeah.
I was really hoping that there was a lover's option. You and
You
the
were in love with this man.
you were blackmailing him.
Blackmail?
Not just him either. You were threatening and coercing hundreds of others. You were involved in all of the suicide cases that Mia investigated. This company is built on blackmail. I'm right, aren't I?
What a bizarre accusation. Mr. Wrong. What is it that you should be doing now? Investigating me? No, I think not. You should be searching for the one who killed Miss Mia.
Yep. Secretary's office, hello?
Mr. Wrong will be leaving now.
Yes, sir. I'll send someone right away. Wait a second, Mr. White. I don't get the context of this. You're wrong! You're wrong, Mr. White.
Excuse me?
What I should be doing now is going after you. Oh, okay, that makes more sense now.
Just what are you insinuating?
Mia was on you. She was keeping tabs. For this reason, you had April May tapping her phone. And Mia was murdered, and all the documents about you mysteriously disappeared. So, the culprit would be... Even a child could work it out, Mr. White. You did it! Secretary's office.
We won't be needing an escort for Mr. Wrong. Instead, please connect me to the public prosecutor's office. Uh-oh.
Of course, sir. One moment, please. White? That's you? What are you doing calling me at a time like this?
Hello, Chief Prosecutor. I've changed my mind. I want to testify tomorrow.
What's this about?
The Mia Fey case. I witnessed the murder, you see. And thus, as a very important witness, I would like to testify.
What? Why now? I thought you said you didn't want to go to court.
Quietude! I told you I changed my mind, didn't I? Oh, and one other thing. Send the police over here right away. The man is standing right in front of me. He looks dazed, but could be violent.
What? What man?
Are you even listening? The executioner, the hatchet man, the liquidator, the killer man.
What? Mr. White, this isn't another one of those...
Chief Prosecutor, I do not believe you are in a position to freely offer your opinions to me, correct? I'm telling you to send the police now. Did I not tell you, Mr. Wrong? You are a mere lawyer. As was Miss Mia.
How dare you!
I'll point the finger at you, and you will be tried as Miss Mia's killer. The case is as good as settled. No lawyer of any worth will defend you. I have friends in the local lawyers association, you see. You'll be given a lawyer so stupendously inept that they make even you look competent.
I feel faint.
Detective Gumshoe, reporting, sir. Ah, Butts! Harry Butts!
Right, actually, Phoenix right. My friend's name is Larry.
Oh, right. Sorry, pal. Butts was that murderer, right? Detective Gumshoe. I present to you the man who killed Miss Mia Fey. What? Take this despicable human back into custody. Farewell, Mr. Wrong. I feel like I gave those two too close together of a voice.
No, it's fine. It worked
Okay,
well.
I mean, as long as it sounds good. In my ears, they sound almost barely apart.
Don't worry, like, trying to do a Krunk accent and just trying to go, like, deeper is, like, really hard. Because it's, like, kind of in that similar tone, but then the accent is, like, tough to do down there. Ugh. But September 8th, 3:37 p.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room. Can't believe it's only been a day since the first trial. My trial begins tomorrow. White's going to set a trap for me. And the prosecution will be in on it. Of course, Edgeworth included. An attorney was assigned to me by the state yesterday. I refused. I had an idea. Right! Mr. Wright! Oh, Maya! Great, let you out of detention. Just now, yes. It's all thanks to you. Now I'm afraid we've switched places, even though the guard is behind you. Well, Maya, at least before I got arrested, they let me have one of these, so eat up.
Gives her an apple pie.
Here. I brought your favorite, too. Here. We had to go through the drive-thru, so it might not be that great.
I was wondering why I was hearing clicking, and I look over at the stream. What I love is that, like, you didn't even bother to, like, crop out the mic. Full damage. Just save them.
There you go.
Hey, look, see, Azra's eating up, Maya. Come on, eat up. Before it's all gone.
There you go. What?
What have
You
we
mean
done?
you? Well, Maya, eat it up. Oh, dang it. I had to explain what happened to Maya. There we go. Now she's back. There we go. I don't believe it. How many people does that man need to destroy before he's satisfied? My mother. My sister. Now you. This has gone too far! Whoa, Maya. Stop. You almost smacked the apple pie. That thing's not really good squished, you know?
Uh-oh.
Oh god. Paka. No! Paka, no! How many is that? I'm just gonna wait. At this point, I'm gonna make hydrate cost a lot more after this stream, I swear.
That is currently 5 hydrates.
5 hydrates, okay. 1. Let me just move something real quick. There you go. A little happier, Maya? No? Okay. Next one.
Oh my god.
2. Actually, I think it'd be better if I like. How do I like? Can I do this on here? No, that's upside down. No. There we go. while I'm hydrating. Alright, Maya.
Jesus Christ.
3, 4, 5. Thanks for the water intake, Paka. Mr. Wright, please tell me, is there anything I can do?
My love knows no bounds.
I'll drown both of you. You can't drown me
That's the
for
worst.
shit.
It's because B-Dog doesn't have hydrate.
My channel don't have a hydrate option.
Well, defend me in court.
Way to go, buddy.
Thanks for the clip, bloody.
Oh, that's so good. Don't worry, I will scream hydrate in chat. Oh, that's okay. I just won't have any water with me. Yeah, you want a challenge? I'll give you a challenge.
Alright, you can be my defense lawyer tomorrow. Alright. Huh?
Leave it to me. I am Mia's sister, after all. Lawyership runs in our blood.
Wasn't it ghost powers that ran in your blood?
I'd better run to the bookstore and pick up a copy of Law for Rookies.
Wait! Your food! God damn it. What am I supposed to do with a half-eaten apple pie? Hey, guard.
Want an apple pie?
You want an apple pie? Here.
Oh my god.
You're welcome.
I'll hunt you down and shove water under your throat, B-Dog.
Good luck trying.
It's
I
surprising.
hate using the moisture in the air.
I'm surprised how much this man can eat. It's like doing it without his hands, too.
I imagine you literally just got out of your chair in the detention center, walked up to him, and just fed it to him.
Don't worry, Mr. Guard, I saw how sad you looked. I know I've been bringing apple pies every day, but this time, this half is for you. Mostly because Maya didn't eat it, but it's meant for you. It's eating like the cold half.
A single tear rolls down his face.
He's the happiest he's ever been.
No one's ever offered him apple pie before.
Wait. What? Oh, sorry. Mr. Guard, I need that back. Here, Maya. Finish your apple pie. The guard starts crying. He only got like 2 bites of heaven.
What?
I'm kidding. It was a joke.
No way.
No, really. I was kidding, but thanks. It's good to know you're on my side. And there really isn't anything you can do for me anyway.
But I can't just sit here and do nothing. I've got to give that man a piece of my mind.
Just a piece? Okay. Then come to the trial tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be there. I'll show them a thing or two.
Oh. She never did finish that apple pie. Times may change, yet with crime, it's the same old story. In fact, it's gotten worse. Lengthy court proceedings are no longer realistic. Beginning a few years ago, a limit of 3 days was put on initial court trials. Almost all finished in a day, most with a guilty verdict. I never thought I would end up at the defendant's chair myself for this case. Oh god. He gets no apple pie. With the true culprit appearing as a star witness, this is it. Tomorrow, it's me or him! Thanks, Bloody. I'm glad that we're entertaining you enough. I'll give the guard some apple pie someday. Like, a full-on warm apple pie. And you can't drown because you're an eldritch abomination with another dimension inside your body? Oh, well, that makes sense. Hey Azure, do you want to be a monster for my D&D campaign? That would be fun.
No, don't you dare.
An eldritch abomination with dimensions inside your body. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, for another campaign. Not the one you're running.
Suddenly Chief Ga was changed to
Turns into a giant tentacle monster with thousands of teeth.
I can see it. Alright, September 9th, 9:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1.
What the hell? There's like conspiring stuff going on over in Suki's chat for your stream.
Oh god, what are they doing?
Like discussing like how many like drinks to give you.
No!
And, she's like, oh, it's like next, and like
What?
cool dude's like next, make Raylan hydrate 8 times. And she's like, okay, I think I have enough points, maybe 6. And then they're like,
I knew it. I really need to put Hydrate up. I didn't expect it to be so popular.
yeah, see, and there, Taka just straight up admitted it. Cool dude has requested me to drown you with 8 hydrates.
Oh god, no.
Freaking conspiracy shit
And
going
Bloody
on.
I drank one, so now I'm just waiting. Also, Azure Angel, yeah, definitely come on Sunday. We do D&D every other week, featuring B-Dog over here as our wizard.
Hi.
But it's a fun bunch.
Last time on Bad Ventures, our team managed to get into the Hill Giants camp only to watch Phaethon somehow turn on the chief. And we don't know how the hell he's going to get himself out of it.
I can't wait to see. You guys had 2 weeks to figure that out. But
I don't have to
hydrates.
figure anything out. We were letting Phaethon do all the work at this
Alright,
point.
that's 6 hydrates, Paka, so 1, 2, 3,
Love-struck wizard Varys and his
4.
hot half girlfriend Grobda.
5,
Jesus.
6. There you go. I'm definitely making Hydrate more expensive next time.
You know, the funny thing too is that I don't think canonically we've actually stated that like my character is dating Grobda, and yet for some reason that's
It's just
become
canon now.
narrative now. But I mean, hey, that's fine. It's a hot half or girlfriend. Why would you say no?
Let's keep it like that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, I guess this is it.
Yeah. One way or another, this case gets decided today.
Phoenix, look!
Oh, Edgeworth, you don't get any. None for you.
Poor Edgeworth.
Not yet. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I received a call from the chief prosecutor's office yesterday.
Hmm?
I was told that whatever Mr. White says today, it will be the absolute truth. No matter how you try to attack his testimony, if I raise an objection, I have it on good faith that the judge will listen to me.
What? Does White have the judge in his pocket too?
He literally stated that he's got judges, like pretty much
Right.
almost the entire justice system in his pocket, Phoenix.
I know, right?
Like he literally just told you yesterday.
Oof, and Paka, yeah, I can see. I mean, sometimes I forget to, like, hydrate for my streams. Especially my early on streams, I didn't even, like, bring any drinks. It was terrible.
Yeah, I've made that mistake too, and I mean, I still don't really hydrate just because, like, I don't know. I guess I just have high endurance for that type of stuff. But yeah, when I'm doing stuff like this, especially since it was by myself, I regretted not hydrating.
Mm-hmm.
I really did. Too much throat pain.
Yeah, at least this water is keeping me, good voiced, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tater over here, Grobda was actually inspired by his character, so that's why he loves Grobda so much. But now,
What?
yeah, it was our campaign that we were playing and his brother's campaign. Great. It was a yeah, it was a fun time.
This was like a behind-the-scenes confirmation of canon.
Yeah, it's behind the scenes confirmation of canon at this point.
I
Unless
wasn't aware
Varys
of that.
dies, but even still, who knows what can happen in the future.
I mean, we've narrated me and Grobda sharing like 2 separate nights of passion, so it should be fine.
There we go. It all
be
makes
able
sense
to-
now.
Yeah, it should be able. We pretty much secured your character's existence.
But back at it. Instead of D&D, we're playing Phoenix Wright right now.
What a
So
messed up thing to talk about.
so you're saying I'm going to be guilty? End of story?
I will do anything to get my verdict, Mr. Wright. Anything.
Why? Why? How can you torment an innocent person like this?
One sec. There we go. Damn it, Edgeworth.
Innocent? How can we know that? The guilty will always lie to avoid being found out. There's no way to tell who is guilty and who is innocent. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy.
Edgeworth. You've changed.
Hmm? Phoenix, you know him?
Don't expect any special treatment, Phoenix Wright.
Phoenix?
Well, court will be starting soon.
What? But wait! Your defense attorney isn't even here yet. They're not.
I'll be defending myself.
What?
What was that giant gaping mouth? Okay, let's do this. Tater, Edgeworth. I mean, a guilty verdict is a guilty verdict. Prepares body. He did say anything. September 9, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 1. The court. God damn it. I'm so like. God damn it.
You're still in that zone.
Yep.
Oh man.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Yes, Judge. And I also brought you a parting gift. Here. Take this Happy Meal.
Nom 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 nom.
No drinks.
Oh.
Edgeworth, no Happy Meal. That's an apple. Here's an apple pie I just baked, though.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
I kind of want to like multiply these. Can we multiply these?
just so that there's like a Happy Meal in every corner of the screen. So it doesn't matter who's on screen, there's a Happy Meal.
Nope. Let's not move the whole time. There we go. All right. We got some pies ready.
Jesus Christ.
Right. This shouldn't be in the way, right? We just got some pies ready to throw. And let's just put that Happy Meal right there.
You should just put the like the bottom left corner, and then whenever Phoenix Wright yells objection, just take one of them and throw them across the screen.
Perfect.
Tosses apple pies at people whenever he yells objection.
All right, I got it. It's perfect. So let's put it right. I think this is a good spot. Yeah, right there, right under the name. And right around chat. Perfect. No one will ever notice. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Hashtag not sponsored.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you're up to doing this?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, let me move the Happy Meal. Slightly blocking. There we go. That's the top. I will be defending myself.
Understood. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please.
As the details of the event are already quite clear to the court, today we will hear the testimony of a witness to the defendant's crime.
I see. The prosecution may call its witness.
That went far too smoothly. Why didn't the judge ask Edgeworth why his witness didn't testify before? It's like he already knows why. If anyone's going to raise an objection about this, I suppose it's me. Wait, Mr. Edgeworth? You owe an explanation to the court. Why didn't this witness testify in the trial against Miss Mia Fey, or Maya Fey?
I'm ever so sorry. Mr. White is a busy man, and besides, at the time, I thought that Miss May's opinion was all that would be needed. Again, my sincerest apologies to the court.
Excellent, Mr. Edgeworth. I appreciate your demeanor.
Great. He gets to show off and I get nowhere.
I would like to call Mr. Red White to the stand.
And I will now hydrate. Good H2O.
Please state your full name.
You wish to know the title of my personage?
Oh,
Yeah,
Saw
now
that
you
blink.
get that douchey animation.
ugh.
Your name? Yes, that is what I said. Oh dear, do my locutions confuse? Name.
These two are great together.
My name is Red White, but my friends call me Blanco Nino. Don't ask. I am the CEO, or to use a more common term, the president of Blue Corp. Did you know the victim, Miss Mia Fey? That would be a negatory. No, I did not.
You were at the Gatewater Hotel the night of the murder,
Correct.
and you witnessed the murder from there.
Ahem. Why tell you what you already know?
Very well, Mr. White. You may begin your testimony.
I can't rip this guy's testimony apart. I'm done for. Why do I always feel like it's the end of the world and I'm the last man standing?
Ho ho ho! I hope you have made your peace with God, Mr. Lawyer.
And you just openly threatened him.
Wait. Am I?
Let him have it, Phoenix.
Oh god, not you. I'll take that back. When is this account?
Oh boy. Let's see, it was about 9 o'clock, I believe. I was quietly reading to you some papers by the window. Then I heard a bedlam coming from outside. Surprised, I turned to look at the building across the way. It was then I saw him, a spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. Needless to say, that man was none other than you, Mr. Lawyer. I called Miss May over at once. She, too, was flabbergasted, of course. The victim, she ran away, but you gave chase. Finally, there was a terrible impaction. Then, it was all over.
If
Oh.
then I'm afraid the defendant is guilty. Very well, defendant, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. When is this account? Alright. So it was about 9. Wait, that makes no sense though.
Oh, it does.
Does it?
Yeah.
Because the bellboy should have seen him. I think I'm just thinking too far out ahead.
Well, here's the thing. We've already confirmed that he's there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the bellboy never testified that he saw Mr. White in the room at 9.
Mm-hmm.
And that image they showed us showed that she came outside to get it from him.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know,
It's true.
and the murder did happen at 9.
Mm-hmm.
So we know, so that definitely works.
I'm coming from the outside. Building across the way. Then I saw him, a spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. Then I would question that too. It's just like, then why did what's her name?
Miss May?
Yeah. Say that it was the other one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, like, if you press him, I think Phoenix asks that question.
Mm-hmm.
And he just goes, "Oh, she was mistaken."
And
And then everyone's just like, "Yeah, he was mistaken. Leave him be." And it's like, oh, shit.
Spiky haired. Oh, that's all he said. Wait, what does he say to that? What you just said directly conflicts with Miss May's testimony. There you go. That's what I was thinking. Miss May clearly stated that the assailant looked like a girl.
I've always been proud of my eyesight, Mr. Lawyer.
Just what is your eyesight? Ugh.
Counting both eyes, 40.
40? Don't add them together.
I think the witness is trying to say his eyesight is good.
Hey, whose side is the judge on anyway?
And what did you do then?
And she too was surprised, of course. Okay, which you gave chase. Finally, there was a terrible infection, and then it was all over.
Maybe press him on the victim of ran and gave chase.
Because that's what I was thinking too. I was just like,
It's very vague.
Can you be a little more detailed about that? I think it's worth knowing exactly what happened.
Of course, comprende. I understand. The victim was attacked by you and ran to the left. You gave chase and struck her down. Are you sure?
Ugh.
As you know, I am always abso-positively perfect.
Perhaps you could change your testimony to reflect this new detail.
So wait, because if the victim ran to the left and you gave chase, but
What did Miss May?
because she ran to the right. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Wait, am I supposed to? Objection!
Just have like a table next to you that you can slap your fist on.
Yeah, I need to find a way to like just throw this out like this each time. I wonder if there's like a macro I could do on Streamlabs, but I'll figure it out for next time.
Yeah,
So-
I think if you were able to get like a
Stream Deck or something.
like a stream deck, you could definitely add in like an animated GIF of a pie just flying across the screen, and then you could situate it in the stream so whenever you activate, just just across.
All right, we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way first, but then after stream, probably next time we play, I'll try to get that ready.
I just got a perfect idea for a sub emote: is having your profile pic avatar literally just eating an apple pie,
I could see that.
kind of like the one Azure just posted, but it's your profile pic and not this little cute creature.
Yeah, well, I'll try to do that. Wait right
Something
there,
we'll keep in the future.
Mr. White. You've dug your own grave.
Already? Wow.
I know, it's like the first time.
What is this?
You said the victim ran to the left. But that directly contradicts Miss May's testimony. She clearly stated that the victim ran right.
Oh ho ho! It is simple. You have misheard her.
I think not. Look at the floor plans. Killer was here, and the victim here. If the victim ran to the left as you claim she did, she would have been running directly away from the door. She would have been running into a dead end. Don't you find that odd?
Very strange. I did see her run to the left. I did.
Phoenix, look at his face. I don't think he's lying about this one.
True. Maybe he really did see the victim run left. So he did witness the killing. Wait a second.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss May says right, and Mr. White says left. Can you explain this contradiction to the court?
Both are right.
Ah, you're starting to figure it out.
Yep. Both witnesses are telling the truth. For once.
Ha! I doubt it. Or rather, that does not clear up the contradiction.
There is one scenario that would explain their conflicting accounts.
What?
Obviously, the witness was not viewing the crime from the hotel.
Mr. Wright, what do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean he was not viewing the crime from the hotel? If he was not in the hotel, where could he have been?
In the law offices of Fay & Co., of course. More specifically, he was standing here. Time to show the court where Mr. White was standing. Yeah?
Try it.
Take that! This is where he was. Look. When the victim ran for the door, if he was watching from this point to him, it would appear that she ran to the left.
Please, this is no time for jokes and ill taste. That is where the killer was standing.
Oh dang, you know what I forgot to do for Edgeworth? I forgot to put some, like, Burger King, apple pies.
Oh yeah!
I'll have that ready for next time too. Dang, now I really need a stream deck so I can have them just toss them.
Order, I will have order.
Oh, God.
Anyone disturbing the order of this courtroom will be held in contempt. Mr. Wright, what are you suggesting?
Rapscallion! The postulations of the defense are a distortion of the truth, Your Honor.
Indeed, they do seem a bit far-fetched.
Oh. You provide us with so much entertainment, Mr. Lawyer.
What now? He's laughing?
The hilarity of the moment made me remember something. It appears I have been unclear, and for this, I apologize. Mr. Your Honor, might I be allowed to testify once more?
Very well, let's hear your revised testimony.
Good luck. You can't fix a broken testimony, buddy.
Miss May's testimony was correct, as was mine. When you assaulted the girl, she first ran to the left. And then you hit her, savagely. That is what I saw. Next, with the last of her strength, she ran to the right. You chased her and delivered the final blow. That is what Miss May saw. You see, you hit her twice. Don't you remember, Mr. Lawyer?
That does seem to make sense. Will you be cross-examining the witness's testimony?
You bet I will. I mean, yes, Your Honor. She ran to the left. Okay. This one is all the way back here. There we go. What it said? Yep. But it said she... Oh yeah, she didn't die instantaneously again, right? They did
It
change
didn't
that.
she died immediately, but it says that she... I mean, because the logic is that they were going with is that she was struck once.
Mm-hmm.
Statue, and they were saying that she didn't die immediately, so she had just enough. She must have had enough strength to write a name. I don't think they really. I don't really think they think that it's possible for her to have kept running after a blow to the head like that.
I'll try it.
Hey, look at that! You got it. I'm not even looking at the stream, but I know exactly.
The victim died from a single blow.
Ugh.
What do you have to say to that? Now's my chance to hit him where it counts. And hit him where it counts where it...
Take that!
Take that! And that! Objection! The whole Happy Meal box. Ah! Gonna put that back in. Oh god, they're so far away. I'll reload one. Mr. White, wasn't you who told this court you were abso-positively perfect?
I will refrain from using this phrase from now on.
Your Honor, if you could ask the witness for a new testimony.
The witness is obviously confused, Your Honor. I would like to request a 10-minute break.
Yes, quite.
Yep, there's another one. Yeah! I'm gonna have to keep that up. The witness is confused because he's lying. I empathetically request that there be no break, Your Honor.
Yeah, we want justice! Don't let him get away!
Very well. If the witness would care to revise his testimony.
The crowd's on my side. No slipping out of this now, Mr. White.
Mr. White?
Okay. Well, see, I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall. Then the next moment I saw Miss Mia run to the left. The killer, you, attacked her, but she dodged. And then... she turned and ran for the door. Then you did her in with a single blow. Thwap!
Thwap indeed. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
Mr. Your Honor, my stomach, you see, it is hurting.
Deal with it. This is almost over.
I love it when Phoenix gets cocky.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. I heard that thing fall. What's that thing? Heard that thing fall? What exactly was that thing?
Huh? Oh, that. The glass light stand.
Right. The one that had fallen over at the scene.
Phoenix, doesn't something about that strike you as odd?
Yeah, very odd. Yeah, that is odd. I'll press further. Mr. White?
Huh? What?
You're saying you saw the glass light stand?
Yes.
Then change your testimony to reflect that.
Sorry, my bad.
Witness will revise his testimony.
Okay, of course. A light stand was lying on the floor when I looked.
Sure about that?
That's what I'm saying.
A certain diagram.
Yeah, because, like, look at this. Like, I don't think you can see that.
Well, it's like even if he saw where like the window was, the glass stand would have been standing up out of view, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how the hell do you see that, buddy?
Objection! I need to make sure I reload my apple pies. I need to put, like, that sound effect, too. The things I would do with the Stream Deck.
Oh, the
Let's
amount
do
of
that.
memes.
Mr. White? It was impossible for you to have seen the glass stand.
What?
Look at this.
These are the floor... Sorry. These are the floor plans to the scene of the murder, yes?
Correct, Your Honor. Now look. If you were to look through the window at the office, this is the area you would be able to see. Here! Well... Note that the stand is not within the visible area. Well, Mr. White? What do you have to say to that?
Ridiculosity.
Mr. White? If you were in the Gatewater Hotel as you claim, you could not have seen the stand before it fell over. In fact, you wouldn't have been able to see it after it fell either. There's no way you could have recognized the broken shards as a glass light stand. So, what did you see the stand, Mr. White? It must have been the moment that it fell. And the only place you could have seen that from is inside the Fey Law offices. In other words, you were at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
Ah!
Alright, and then for those scenes, I need to make sure I have like a machine gun of apple pies.
Just fire into their mouth.
Yeah, just firing them. Taste the truth!
Mr. White?
Mr. White? You did it. Didn't you?
Mr. Your Honor, I, Miss Mia.
Looks like we're about to get our verdict.
That's far enough, Phoenix Wright.
What? Ugh, I forgot about Edgeworth. Damn it.
Mr. White. I think the time has come. Shouldn't you confess your crime now?
What?
I said you should confess your crime.
Nope. Don't worry, that's my radio.
I mean, if you want to go take care of that right now, then...
Yeah, I told my brother to take care of it, but just double checking real quick. I don't
Yeah,
know how
make sure everything's okay.
Yeah. So, be right back real quick, guys. I'll let Edgeworth bounce this Happy Meal on his finger or something. There you go.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Happy Meal box full of bricks. I'd like pie. Pie for gimme pie! I would, but I can't give you pie. I don't have the means to. Yeah, how's it going, chat? Y'all having a good day? Thank you, everybody, for being here, too. It's nice to see John's chat so lively. It really is.
Okay. Now I'm back. Grandma's just trying to check on us.
Alright.
I'll take that Happy Meal back, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. Alright.
Ergo, confess that you placed the wiretap.
Wiretap?
Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, explain to the court what you mean by this.
Distinguished members of the court, Mr. White is slightly confused. Allow me to explain.
I really don't like the way this is headed.
As you know, Mr. White is the CEO of Blue Corp. He ordered his secretary, Miss April May, to tap the law offices of Miss Fay.
What does that have to do?
Your Honor. The question is, when was the wiretap placed in the office, and by who?
No, you wouldn't.
Mr. White. In order to place the wiretap, you entered Miss Fay's office. Am I correct? Correct. You are most correct, Miles.
Give me a break!
Yes, in order to place the wiretap, I breached the Fay & Co. law offices. That is when I saw that accursed light stand.
Now I'm confused. Please explain to the court what all this means, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gladly, Your Honor. Mr. Phoenix Wright has made his position quite clear. He has determined that Mr. White knew the glass stand was in the office. He has shown that there was only one time Mr. White could have seen the stand. At the very moment of the murder. Thus, Mr. Wright would like you to believe that Mr. White was the murderer.
I see.
However, it is a fact that Mr. White had been to that office well before the murder took place. When he went to place the wiretap. He could have seen the glass light stand then. Ergo, Mr. Phoenix Wright's theory is revealed for the baseless conjecture it is.
Mr. White, you will testify to the court about this wiretapping.
Ugh.
Ahem, leave it to me.
I feel faint.
It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. I had entered the Fay & Co. law offices. Of course, I had done so to place the wiretap. That is when I saw this glass light stand.
So you saw the stand before the night of the incident. And this is how you were able to identify what had fallen over. By the sound?
Correct. That is right.
I see. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine.
Ugh. What am I supposed to do now? Good luck, Phoenix. Alright. In September, the week before the murder. Let me see what I got. There's the autopsy, the phone conversation, glass shards, clock, the wiretap, apartment store receipt with letters written. Yep, just the testimony of the floor plans. But then why was the wiretap found in the room the day after? I mean, that's a thing too, right?
Well, I mean, when you think about it, after the incident could have occurred, they could have gone and retrieved the wiretap to hide the fact that they were tapping the phone.
It's true. Is it beginning of September, the week
But I
before?
mean, technically, that's pretty much a given that that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since the day, literally the night of the murder, shortly after she was murdered, you tried to use the phone and it was shown that it was tampered with.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think any. I don't.
Yeah, no evidence, because that's what I'm thinking. But he also says he never met Mia or knew of Mia, right?
Yeah, that's true. And yet he's also stating that he has entered the law offices.
Mm-hmm.
Was it really you that went into the office?
Or was it Miss Faye? Or May?
Unidentified fingerprints several days old were found in the Fay & Co. law offices. Those were obviously Mr. White's.
And if I know Edgeworth, he's already run a check on those prints.
Now, Mr. White, tell us why you went to the Fay & Co. law offices.
Okay. I'll press him on. So why is he placing the wiretap? Why did you tap Mia's phone?
This has no bearing on the current case, Your Honor. Blue Corp is a detective agency of sorts. We have a responsibility to protect client confidentiality. And that's why they tapped her phone, apparently.
Yeah, because that's a good reason, right? Because that's definitely not illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, press him on the first thing. Do you have proof?
Miss April May knew the details of Miss Faye's phone conversation. This proves that the wiretap was placed before the murder.
Ugh, right. Why did you notice something as innocuous as a light stand?
The light stand was made entirely out of glass. It was quite stylish, so I guess it made a lasting impression on me. Such a bodacious thing deserves attention, does it not? That is all.
Damn it. There's nothing there for me to press him on. Well, maybe he's rattled enough that I can bluff something out of him. Oh, did I accidentally go too far?
Tisk, tisk. I'm afraid that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright. The time has come for you to admit your defeat. You fought honorably.
No more. Can't take this anymore.
Mr. Wright? Are you giving up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Phoenix! Phoenix, over here!
Phoenix, over here.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I don't know who it is. I was guessing it was Maya. I know that voice. Mia?
Never give up, Phoenix.
Mia?
And Phoenix passed out.
Where am I? Oh god, my Happy Meal and my apple pies. They're all
Are they
gone.
safe?
Are they safe?
That dastard.
Are they being kept warm?
But at least, do you guys have a microwave? The waiting lobby. What happened? Oh, right. I lost the trial. I was hallucinating.
Ah, you're finally awake.
Yeah. Oh. Nice.
Hey, Phoenix! Gak, that's no way to greet an old friend. Phoenix, I want you to look at me.
Oh. You're Maya?
Didn't you know the Fey women have strong psychic powers? When you accepted your defeat in court, it appears that was enough of a shock to awaken Maya's true powers.
So, Maya is channeling you, Mia?
That's right. I am Maya, but I'm also Mia. Now, I want you to listen to me, Phoenix. Maya never gave up. You can't either. That's what I came here to tell you.
But...
We don't have much time, Phoenix. Now listen. You've already won.
Huh?
You have that receipt in the court record, right?
Oh, yeah. The one you wrote Maya on?
Phoenix, White wrote that, not me.
So what do I do with it?
Look at the front of the receipt.
The front? It's a regular receipt. Looks like it's from McDonald's. Wow, $1,000. Big spender on all those apple pies. Dang, not even I spent that much. Item? Apple pie? Data purchase September 4th. Huh? September 4!
That's right, Phoenix. I bought that stand the day before I was killed.
Whoa!
Now, what did Mr. White say in his testimony? It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder.
He said he saw the stand the week before the murder.
There you go. I think the court is about to reconvene. Go do it, Phoenix. You know you're innocent. Now you just have to prove it.
Right! Receipt updated in the court record. It makes sense now. Mia was the one providing all the apple pies.
Every time he says objection, it's just a magical apple pie appears. Smacked in the face.
It's now canon. This is why Phoenix liked apple pie so much. To remember Mia. Brings a tear to my eye. September 9, 1:16 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 1.
Court will now oh my god.
You're good, dude.
Working on that judge. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. Is the defendant rather... Are you alright, Mr. Wright?
Yes, sorry, Your Honor. I'm fine now.
Then let's start where we left off.
Your Honor, there is nothing to go back to. The cross-examination of Mr. White is finished. All that is required now is for you to pass judgment on the defendant, Phoenix Wright.
Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I promise you, this is the last time I'll ask you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Azure. Like, she looked exactly, or almost like Mia. I was like, oh, did she just get older? Did we go through a time loop? Was I in a coma?
But, as Mr. Edgeworth has noted, the trial is more or less finished. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an opinion on this matter?
I say, let us give Mr. Phoenix Wright his last chance.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination.
Oh, wiretapping. Was it the same one?
I think you can just straight up present it on that.
Yeah.
I think.
Look at this McDonald's receipt! Oh, damn, my pies! Ah! There we go. There's one. Look closely at this. See the word Maya written in blood?
You're grasping.
I think not. Look at the other side of the receipt.
The other side?
Your Honor. Would you tell the court what is written on the other side of the receipt?
Well, a glass light stand. And the date of purchase? Why, that's the day before the murder.
You see? Mr. White, when you allegedly entered Fay & Company law offices at the beginning of September, Stan could not have been there. Well, Mr. White, can't get out of this one, can you?
No, it's impossible.
Uh-oh, he's losing it. Well, Your Honor, I understand there must be quite a bit of pressure on you. But I think you'll agree you can't judge me guilty under these circumstances.
Very well. Then that is all for the trial of...
Not so fast, Phoenix Wright.
Eh? What? No way he can worm his way out of this one. Oh wait, I forgot. It's Edgeworth.
There is a certain thread of logic to the defendant's claim. However, there is no concrete proof that Phoenix Wright is innocent. Ergo, I would like to request one more day before Phoenix Wright is granted his freedom. I need time to make one more inquiry into this matter.
Another inquiry. This isn't going to be another one of those updated autopsy reports. This guy just makes up evidence as he pleases. This is bad. Object. Mr. White's guilt is obvious. There's no need to prolong this trial any further.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
If anyone is going to call Mr. White to trial, it would be me, the prosecution. I need a day to ascertain whether these new claims have any basis in factual evidence.
I see. Objection denied.
Dang. What?
The completion of the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright will be postponed until tomorrow.
No! There's no telling what will happen if I can't end this now. Edgeworth is sure to come up with, or just make up something. And after Mia showed up to help me and all.
Mr. Your Honor. May I go home?
Of course. Thank you for your time.
The witness will stay.
Mia.
Phoenix, read this note out loud.
Mia? What's this? Mia's memo. Your Honor, if I may.
You're quite persistent today, Mr. Wright.
You bet I am. My life is riding on this one. I have something I'd like to read for the courts. This McDonald's receipt again. That's a lot of apple pies.
Like, just look at how many apple pies. Like, goddamn.
And she specifically asked for Happy Meal boxes. Not even the regular paper bags. That has to mean something.
My own heart.
Take that. The memo Mia had given me was a list of names. Many of them sounded familiar. People in finance, famous celebrities. That's when it happened.
Stop! Desist! Halt! Please, stop! Make him stop! How did you get that list?
Mr. White, admit your guilt right here, right now. Or else this list will be released to the press.
Grr! I confess. I did it. I hit her. I hit Miss Mia with the Thinker.
Case closed, Your Honor.
Phoenix's face. He's like, oh, nice.
Well, I see no reason to continue this trial. Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor. Let me just have a celebratory. These are so good. Hashtag not sponsored.
you've done it again. That was quite a spirited defense.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess you could say that. If only you knew how spirited it was.
Well, this court finds the defense, rather the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty.
Nice.
You know, I was quickly doing they just released the bridal banner and Fire Emblem Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like doing a couple polls, and like the first thing that pops up after he says you've done it again, Phoenix Wright, was me unlocking the character Chad.
Nice.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Oh,
I
man.
was like, wow, what timing.
Perfect Chad moment. You know,
Absolutely.
You know, Judge,
Chad over here.
after that trial, I think you deserve a full Happy Meal.
Yeah,
Don't ask.
he ju-
Don't ask when I got it, but it's for you. There's at least one cheeseburger. No drink though.
You'll have to provide it yourself. Use the vending machines. Gotta make a buck somehow.
September 9, 2:24 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Well, I never thought I'd be saying this again. But congratulations. You're lucky I was born a Fae.
I'm lucky I had both you and Maya on my side. Yeah, that's super fair, right? Is there? Only she could solve her own murder.
I'm glad you made it. Thank you, Phoenix. You risked a lot to help me, and Maya. I won't forget it as long as I live.
As long as you live?
My time here is running out.
Huh?
Maya's powers are still weak. I can't stay here that long.
What? No! There's still so much to say!
Don't worry. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Chief!
I'm not the chief anymore. Phoenix? can you come to the office tonight, say 9 o'clock?
Oh. The office?
I'll see you later.
Chief! Mia! Oh.
Yeah.
September 9, 9:02 p.m. Fay and Company Law Offices. Wait, I know what she would have surprised me with. Let's just put these everywhere. Okay, a couple more. Alright, there we go.
Oh my god.
Alright, another one probably on the... Yeah, there.
Just a whole bunch of Happy Meals.
Kind of line them up like that. There's another one. Perfect. That's the image we wanted to see.
I like that Maya takes the form of whoever uses her body to speak. Well, it's more like she just is in the same clothes as the person. She doesn't actually appear in the same... So she doesn't take the form of somebody else's body. It's just... Their body turns into hers. Wait, no. Never mind. Sorry, you said Maya. I thought Mia.
Yeah.
My bad. I take back my statement. And yes, it is a very good detail. You know, except for when Spirit of Justice made it very unsettling.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what that is.
Let's just say G Channel's a guy who literally puts his leg behind his head. So you're just seeing this guy in Maya's clothes just...
Oh, well, that'll be fun. Can't wait to see that.
Even Phoenix was like, could you stop doing that with her body?
Continuing on at this McDonald's party. Being here,
Fear.
it's hard not to think about that night.
You came.
Mia.
I was kind of worried you might not.
Huh? Of course I came.
Well then. I'm pretty hungry. How about a burger?
You don't say. I wonder what these Happy Meals have in them. These better be boy toys. Mia?
You should see your face.
Mia!
What are you talking about? It's me, Maya. I bought all these Happy Meals, and I got all girl toys.
Damn it, Maya. Maya?
What? Did I look like my sister?
Look like you were her!
I might be able to use that. Oh, Phoenix! Go to the store and buy me lunch, would you?
Maya? Why are you here?
Because of this. See? Mia wrote me a letter. Take care of Phoenix for me.
Take care of... Huh?
She means the office. This office. Someone has to help with the new Wright & Co. law offices, right? And who better but me, Maya Fey, reporting for duty. Wait, no, on second thought, let's make this casual. Yo, Nick! Maya here, ready to get down to business. You don't mind me calling you Nick, do you? It's a great name. Mia said that's what your friend Larry calls you.
Nick?
You know what this means? We're partners.
Oh. No, when I think about it, it is Maya's fault I'm here now. But if it wasn't for her, I'd probably be in jail. Wright & Co. law offices. It's got a good ring to it. Yeah. Thanks, Maya. Aww.
Feels. Good luck, Phoenix. I'll always be here, watching.
Okay, Nick, let's do it.
Huh? Do what?
Burgers, dummy, burgers! They're all getting really cold. They're just sitting there in the darkness. There's a great burger joint just down the street. It's called McDonald's.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm feeling it.
Come on, time's a-wasting.
Okay, wait up. The end. Happy Meals, go away. We've eaten all of you by now.
Alright, and that was episode 2.
Ooh.
Now for episode 3, and what an art. What an art piece.
Oh, that's a interesting art piece already. Let me just remove some of these Happy Meals real quick, because we canonically ate all of them. But she got to keep all the toys because they were all girl toys, which I'm still a little mad about. Poor Bloody, I'm so sorry. Hashtag not sponsored. At least use a coupon or something.
Oh my god.
A brand new episode has been added. Oh god, we left one Happy Meal! Wait, where did this go? Go away. Save. Let's save. Okay. The pale moon is in the sky of the blood, or something like that. The moon? No, it is you who should gaze upon, or it will be the last moon you ever see. See you in hell, evil M-word.
Magistrate.
Oh. Grah! The warrior swords gleam and strike in the moonlight. One has fallen, but who? Only the moon knows. Don't miss next week's exciting episode. The Dark Messenger returns. It is a very cool theme. I do like it. Honestly, like the music, I'm really digging.
Alright, well, I'm glad you dig it, because you're going to be hearing it a lot throughout the franchise.
Oh, even better.
Oh, it always finds a way to come up at some point in every Phoenix Wright game.
That's so funny. That exact same theme.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think at one point Phoenix even makes it his ringtone.
Oh my god. That'll be
Which
good.
actually surprised me because he doesn't really give two shits about the Steel Samurai. But he did anyways.
That's so funny. Well, can't wait to keep hearing that. October 14, 5:31 p.m. Wright & Company law offices.
That rocked! See you in hell, evil magistrate!
Whoa! Stop waving that broom around!
Oh, Nick, I didn't know you were here.
Of course I'm here!
What was that surreal show you were watching? What? Nick, you mean you don't know the Steel Samurai? He's only the most popular TV hero for young people.
Young? Like, how young?
10 years old? Then what the heck are you doing getting all excited? Hey, I'm only 17. That's 17. See? I'm a teen. Not like you, Nick. Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24 myself. Then watch it with me. He's really cool. And it's really popular. When they asked the grade school kids what they wanted to be, Steel Samurai was #1.
I really worry about kids these days.
Gramps. Well, the Steel Samurai's over. I guess it's time to close up the office.
Man, Maya essentially just called Phoenix a boomer.
I know, right? Instead of Gramps, let's just say Boomer. Oh, what was that? Oh, that's a number I don't know, so I will leave it on voicemail. Take that.
I've honestly thought about getting like Phoenix Wright ringtones. Just when I receive a text message, objection!
I think I've heard that a couple times at least in my life.
I think I have too. I think that's what gave me the idea.
I mean, they'd be good ringtones.
I mean, I'd be down to listening to the corner theme start playing as my ringtone. That'd be sick.
I guess. Wish we had some clients. A month has passed since my trial. Mia's murder was the talk of the town for some time, but no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. law offices. How am I going to pay the rent this month? We'll be okay. I'm sure some big client is just around the corner. Ugh. October 16, 8:14 a.m. Phoenix Wright's bedroom. Hello? This is Phoenix. Nick! Maya? What? It's still early. It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai got arrested. Huh? You mean the guy in that show? Yes. They're saying that the Steel Samurai killed a villain. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Yeah, on TV. Yeah, on TV. No, I mean he actually did it. In real life. He skewered a villain with his samurai spear. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Just come to the office, quick. Please, Nick. October 16, 9:22 a.m. Wright & Co. law offices. Maya's here, watching television. Now for the morning news. The actor Will Powers was arrested yesterday. Powers plays the lead role in the popular kids show The Steel Samurai, warrior of the Neo Old Tokyo. He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who played the villain known as the Evil Magistrate. His body was found still inside the Evil Magistrate costume. The samurai spear was also found stuck through the body. Police believe this was the murder weapon and are investigating further. This has to be a joke. No, it's a nightmare. The Steel Samurai is over. The world is over. Yes, Wright & Co. offices. What? Nick, it's the Steel Samurai. What? Yes, of course. We'll be right there. Let's go, Nick. Go? Go where? They have the Steel Samurai down in detention. So what? So I've decided this will be our first case. Oh, look at that face. It's a face of determination. What to do? Well, what should we do? What should we do? How can you just sit there like that? We have to get down to the detention center to meet the Steel Samurai. Does she want to investigate the case or just do some sightseeing? I wonder. My money's on sightseeing. Any ideas? Don't have enough information to make a case yet. Just admit it. You don't have a clue what happened. No. We just don't have enough information.
Yeah, so basically this is the game's way of like providing you hints if you're stuck. Because when I first played through, I was like going back and forth between environments, just not being able to figure out what it is I needed to focus on to advance the story. So this was how they implemented a way to like go, this is what you need to be focusing on. So if like Maya's like, I feel like we need more information out of this person, then clearly there's something that you could have presented to them and you just don't know and you just never did. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I also just like investigating everything, so I will. It's a nice day outside. The hotel across the way is always full these days. There's the bellboy. happily cleaning the room. Mia's favorite potted plant. Maya has been watering it so much lately. It looks a little swollen. She's either trying to make it grow, or she's perfecting her water torture technique. A poster of an old movie that Mia liked. I was thinking I should go see it for myself, and I realized that the poster doesn't actually say the title of the movie. Oof. There's a horrendous amount of legal books here. Scarier still is the thought that I have to read all of these now. Mia's desk. Actually, it's my desk now. Sitting here always makes me feel like a professional. That is it. Alright, let's head over to that detention center. But we're making one stop. October 16. Detention center. Visitor's room. Whoa. What's wrong, Maya? It's him. In the flesh.
Is that guy really him?
What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. Will Powers, our client, that's him.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying this.
But he definitely did it. Murder. At least once. Maybe twice. Whoa, 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 Missy. You can't just go assuming things like that. I'm taking your Happy Meal away from you. Keep it right in this corner. You gotta apologize later and I'll give it back.
Oh, geez. I don't even know. What kind of voice should he have?
Go with whatever you want.
Oh, geez. That helps. That's what I'm debating on. Well, he's a pretty meek character, so maybe I'll just try to
Yes?
something wrong?
No, no.
This is getting off to a great start.
I know. You're disappointed, aren't you?
Disappointed? Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of the Steel Samurai with that mask, I decided I would never show my face in public until the job was over. It's the kids. You know, I didn't want to wreck their dreams.
Oh.
I guess it didn't matter. So much for dreams. I wonder what they think of the Steel Samurai now. I can't do crying.
No, you're good.
I really can't.
Nick?
What?
He's a good guy. I mean, he's good.
Oh, thanks for not judging a book by its cover. Well, retract your Happy Meal statement. Here you go. There we go. Yeah.
He didn't do it.
And Mr. Silver Samurai, I also give Happy Meals to my clients, so here you go. No drink though. But here's also a free apple pie on me too.
Wait, Hinata voice?
He's like, give him a Hinata voice.
What, like Naruto Hinata?
Yeah.
No, I can't do that voice.
That's a Tater special. He was giving Chihiro that voice in D1.
I'm just thinking, it's like, like that's the best you'd get out of me.
Bruh. He is pretty attractive.
Hey, he looks like he'd take care of you.
Yeah. He kinda, so, I don't know if you guys played this game, but he kinda looks like one of the characters from Bloody Roar. His name was Gato. He is a lion.
I'm pretty sure that I have played Bloody Roar, but it's been years, man.
So, yeah, that's one of the games I want to track down, like, all the copies to and, like, play through myself through arcade mode.
Oh, yeah, look at that. The very first image result has Gato versus Shenlong.
There you go, see?
Oh, I can see him.
Isn't
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that, like that kind
Yeah.
of same facial structure and stuff too.
Like take away the scar and like make his hair a little bit more fluffy. Yeah,
yeah,
pretty much gotta.
there we go. We got his next acting role after Steel Samurai.
That's crazy, man. I want to play Bloody Roar again. I love the idea of like shifting between animal form and regular form.
Yeah, if you guys haven't played Bloody Roar yet, look for it. It's a little bit harder to find nowadays, but great game.
Oh, it is absolutely hard to find. Like, there were very few arcade machines. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, even the arcade machines are even worse.
The third image result is Bakuryu versus Nina from Fullmetal Beast.
Oh no, that's messed up.
I have to. Okay, I have to send that to you on Discord. This is not. How did I never think of that joke? Like, look at that.
All right, let me see if I could. I don't know if I can pop that up.
Oh.
Oh my god, the half beast. That is so messed up. I don't know if I can. I need to like.
I think if you did, you could do like a window capture, and like I think you can set it to specifically capture Discord if you wanted to. Either that, or you'd have to like pull up the
I'll just do
Streamlabs. If you're using Streamlabs, there should be a image
There you
option.
go. I'll just put it like that.
Oh my god, that is so not okay.
Amazing. Okay, back to what we were doing.
Shit.
How are you, Mr. Guard? This guard monitors the visitor's room. He seems frozen in awe of Will Powers. Well, that's good, because I didn't bring him any apple pies.
Probably won't be a long time before he gets to have some apple pie.
Like a full-on warm apple pie just for him.
Yeah.
Smiling for the camera. What happened? Maybe you could start by telling us what happened.
Yes, of course. It seems like it was only yesterday. Actually, it was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for a run-through. We went through a few action sequences at 10 o'clock that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When 5 came around and the staff gathered at the studio, the evil magistrate was found lying in a crumpled heap near the set.
Oh,
It's a very spooky image, ain't it?
yeah, images before tragedy. During a tragedy.
Yeah, it's...
I'm also, like, surprised by his Broly body. Look at that.
Right. Well, that's the suit.
Oh,
You can tell because of the fact that he's got, like, you can see that he's got, like, a shirt underneath it, just
Yeah.
at the base of his neck.
yeah, yeah, I can see that, you know.
Also, I'd have to admit, that'd be interesting if he had a Broly body, because that is one bloodless hole.
I know, right? Well, I didn't know if this game was censored or not.
As far as I'm aware... Well, I mean, if it was censored, you wouldn't have seen blood in the very first case.
That's true.
So, I mean, they wouldn't throw too much in. They'd throw just enough to let you know, or they do other creative stuff for you.
Also, they didn't have McDonald's in this scene, so I'm just gonna take that away from them real quick.
Yeah. Discovered that it was Jackhammer. Dead. He had been expertly skewered with the samurai spear.
The samurai spear.
Yes, it's a long spear that the Steel Samurai uses as a weapon.
Steel samurai. Maybe you could explain to me just what the Steel Samurai is.
Nick, how could you say such a thing? I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my partner. He's new to this, and a bit out of touch with the world.
Hey! Who's new to this?
No, it's alright, really. Mr. Samurai is the lead character in a popular kids show. He walks the streets of Neo-Old-Day Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. Although, I guess he did defeat him this time.
I see. Neo-Old Tokyo? Who comes up with these names?
Oh,
And in California.
We'll meet who comes up with those names very soon.
Now, where were you on the day of the murder?
Well, that morning I came to the studios at 9 in the morning. We worked through some action scenes until noon.
I love the security guard's
Oh.
face up there. Just the two dots and the oval mouth.
I know, right?
You'd see in your nightmares.
Rehearsal was to begin at 5 o'clock, but I was a little tired. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for the rehearsal. I hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here.
So he was sleeping the entire afternoon of the murder. Some action hero.
What will the kids think?
I think I should probably check out the scene of the murder.
Right, Global Studios. I'll draw you a map.
Wow, Nick, let's go! I'm willing to bet $10 she asks for autographs. Alright, well, enjoy your Happy Meal. I see you haven't touched it yet during our whole conversation, but I'll leave it there for you. You're welcome. Onwards. To the studio.
Oh, good boy. Here
Oh
we go.
boy. Also, thanks for the host, Moko Otaku. How you doing? How you doing? Hey, look, it's my reverse, hi. It's so cool seeing my own emotes, I'll be honest.
Man, I wish I had emotes. I need to get some.
I can always give you this artist that, I got him from. Fairly cheap, too.
Yeah, I just need the money. That's the
That-
problem.
That's true.
Like, I really do want to commission people. It's just I never, with the games I have to keep up with, like all the other stuff, I just never have the money to really just give to somebody.
That's fair.
So that's been my biggest issue. But hopefully I can do something about that soon and get an emote or two.
Yeah, just let us know. Me and Suki pretty much were looking up, like, a bunch of different people to commission.
Yeah, Suki did link me one person. I'll have to do some digging though because that's put pretty far back in the chat history. But yeah, I'll have to take a look at that artist. I mean, you might as well send me any artist that you think of that might be a good idea.
It might be the same artist.
I mean, it's possible, but you know, better safe than sorry on that.
Yeah, because I think for both me and Suki's emotes, made by the same person.
Oh, probably. Then yeah, if you want to just like, I don't know, send me that person's info so I can look into them later on in the future.
Yeah, I'll send it to you afterwards. But
All
right
right,
now,
anyway,
it's
back to
October
Phoenix, right?
16. Global Studios, main gate.
Wow! So this is where they make the Steel Samurai show! Awesome! Aren't you excited?
Oh, God.
Hey, you there! You want in? You gotta go through me.
Oh, sorry. We're, lawyers.
Oh yeah? Well, that's great. I'm security. And it's my job to make sure that gawkers like you stay out.
Gawkers?
Gawkers, sightseers, tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came to snoop around.
Youths today, something horrible happens, and all you wasting your time. Don't you have jobs you should be doing, or do lawyers not work like the rest of us? Maybe I should become a lawyer too. Sounds like a life of ease to me. No work, just living around. Things where it might differ might be close. What are the young youths coming to these days?
Nick.
I always like taking a challenge to try and read as much as I
can during that part. Oh my goodness.
Hope that impressed some of you. That I was actually surprised I managed to read an entire window.
Is that Rap God B-Dog?
Better be a Mickey Kuma emote, B-Dog. Oh yeah, I've been like debating on that stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was just like, that would probably fit as your OC/character thing.
Yeah, because that was my biggest issue. Was like, I'm like, yeah, it's like I don't have the. It's like my two issues are I don't have the money and I don't know what to get an emote of. So that actually helps a lot. Getting an idea there. I'll probably make that the first emote I ever acquire, for sure.
Definitely.
But yeah, so continue on.
Will I grow up to be like her? Please say no. I don't know. It's possible.
That's my favorite response. I don't know. It's possible.
Hey! Listen when you're being spoken to. Youths today.
Don't mind me, ma'am. I'm just gonna be examining everything but you.
No touching!
The security guard station. That security lady must like junk food. There's a mountain of it on the desk in there. I can see the computer that runs the security cameras. An overhead map of the studios. Right from here is the employee area. To the left are actual film studios. The main entrance to the studio. There was a big scene here yesterday with onlookers pressing up against the gate. Looks like a studio van. They probably use it to carry around film equipment. Yep. Oh. The computer that runs the studio security cameras.
Hey, no touching!
Oh, you weren't kidding. Well, old lady, you see this attorney's badge? Yeah, thought so. So, what do you do here at the studios?
At Global Studios, we make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days...
No! You were a star?
Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid, dearie.
Wow.
This place has really gone downhill, you know? But 10 years ago now, that was a studio of dreams. Hammer was a big star back then too, he was.
Hammer?
The victim, dummy! The evil magistrate. He's been reduced to playing villains now. Not exactly the best material to work with.
Yes, that's right. We're also in a world where apparently playing the villain means that you get paid less and you are not... It's not a good track record, apparently.
Oh, that makes sense. In San Fran, Tokyo, Japanland.
United State of Japan.
Yep. What is it, Kokias? Can you tell me about Mr. Will Powers?
He's not a bad kid, but don't be fooled by his mask. You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he thought that the Steel Samurai was his big chance. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jack Hammer.
We don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty.
Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything. That's my job.
What kind of person was Jack Hammer?
What kind of person? Oh, if you only knew. Jack Hammer will live on in many hearts as the ultimate action hero. He was simply dashing in that Dynamite Samurai series.
Should I have heard of that.
But there was an accident during filming 5 years ago. He got an unlucky break after that. Reduced to playing the villain on a children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry.
Why are you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer?
I was standing right here yesterday, I was. I was here from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 5 o'clock when they found the body. Now, the studio where the murder took place is to the left here. So if you want to go to the studio, you have to pass by me. Only one person went by here between 1 o'clock and 2:30 when the murder took place.
And that person was Mr. Powers?
Yes, I saw him.
But Mr. Powers says he was sleeping in his dressing room.
Oh, I'm sure he would say that. He's no fool. But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer. You can bet your biscuits on it. Isn't it about time for you to be heading home? There's nothing to see here. Move along.
Actually, we're here at Mr. Powers' request.
I thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of request. And maybe I'll just let you in.
This lady here thinks she owns this place, obviously.
Do I actually have a letter? I don't. I need to go back and grab a letter from him, don't I? Well,
Hello, how's the studio? They all think I did it, don't they?
No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick?
right. Not at all. At worst, you're a suspect. I mean, we brought you another one. This guard is just so sad at this point. He's like, there's always this McDonald's every single time. Never any for me.
I was definitely impressed. I'm just gonna imagine his voice as Hinata to myself. I'm sorry that I can't do a Hinata voice.
I can...
It's such a specific tone for her.
Alright, I'll try it with like 1 or 2 lines. But I'm not gonna keep it up because that tone is so like meek. Your alibi.
Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What? No! I'd never do that!
I'd never do that! Like, I end up slipping into Mickey when I do that.
I know, right? It's so like light and airy.
I'm just too adjusted now in terms of like doing high-pitched voices. Like,
Earlier, you said that you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch.
yes, like a baby.
Oh, okay.
You know, we can't do it. Let's not try to delay the inevitable.
Let's not kill my voice.
Yeah, we've got so many more characters to voice.
Well, okay, Tater, I promise I will give the Hinata voice to someone that's not going to talk super much. Or, we'll see. Maybe like, okay, how about if I just give that Hinata voice to like, every time there's like a question mark, or like just someone that doesn't have a actual voice yet. That's like a scene setter or something.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Yeah, like, okay, so like mystery voice has yet to actually appear in the got it. Okay.
So that's how Phoenix thinks about these voices. Hey Kane! How you doing?
Hey, kid.
We're trying to solve the mystery of the Steel Samurai.
And the evil magistrate.
But the security lady says she saw you that day. She says she saw you heading towards the scene of the crime.
What? That's not possible. I really don't know what to say. I was sleeping, I promise.
Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business, and I need every advantage I can get.
I know. I'm sorry. But I swear to you on my mama's grave, I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me?
What did she see? He doesn't seem to be lying. About the security guard at the main gate to the studio.
Oh, the security lady?
She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking.
Yes, actually, she said the same thing to me before. Take off that mask, were her words, I believe. She sucks up to all the bigwigs at the studio. But let her see you stumble once and she'll never let up on you.
She's got some nerve.
Do you think you can write up a letter formally requesting my representation?
Of course.
Powers request added to the court record. I just hope this will get me past the security lady. Alright, well... enjoy your Happy Meal, my man. No drink, though. Okay, let's get moving.
Oh, okay. I'm so thirsty.
Just suck the juices from the apple pie.
I guess I have no choice.
He's drinking it with the straw he was provided.
He's just drinking like the syrupy stuff that's usually in a pie.
Oh my
God. It's just making me thirstier.
Thank you so much, Kate, for the bits. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you. I'll be honest, Tater. I definitely did not get. Okay, I definitely got that from a John Trump video, but it was so funny. It just left an impression on me. No drink though.
No drink though.
And yeah, Kane, we did get quite a bit farther. I mean, we've been live for almost 3 hours now. How are bits worth to streamers? I'm still a little new to the whole bits thing myself, but I think 100 bits is equivalent to $1.
Yes, 1 bit is is 1 penny. 100 bits is $1, and then it's basically every zero it increases in zeros as well when it's translated to dollars. So 100 bits $1, 1,000 bits, $10, and so on and so forth.
Yes, but you got a very cool badge now, so at least I had that set up. But thank you again. All right, let's present her the request. Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers.
Yes, I recognize the bold, childish scrawl.
Powers request given to the security lady.
To think he would entrust his fate to youths of such unreliable appearance. Really?
Really?
Anyway, you may pass. But only left from here toward the studio. No going to the right, that's the employee area. No one allowed inside, pal, were my instructions. The good detective told me himself.
Hey, Nick.
Huh?
There were maps in the security guard station. Hey, not bad.
Those are 50 cents apiece, thank you.
Well, time to go, Nick.
50 cents!
Guide map of Global Studios added to the court record. Nice, now we're felons.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
great. Alright, good.
Alright,
Outside Studio 1. Whoa. October 16th, Studio 1 entrance.
Hey! Aren't you that murderer from the other day?
God dang it, Gumshoe. Oh, and then it says, but it's $20 to buy 1500 bits, so wouldn't that be 50? I mean, I think the reason why is because when you buy those bits, part of it does still go to Twitch, but
Yeah.
bits equal almost 1-to-1, I believe. Something like that.
Pretty much.
So that extra $5 is going to Twitch, while the 1,500 or the $15 will go to whatever streamer you're planning on giving it to.
Think of it kind of like it's basically like how when like people earn a certain amount of money and then Twitch pays them, they end up like taking like half of it. Except for bits, it's like they only take a small portion of it. So yeah. Oh,
Thank you for the $1. I appreciate
That's
the
nice.
goodies. I really do, honestly.
that's awesome.
Thank you. We'll continue to entertain you for at least another hour. I think, what time is it now?
8:44. So yeah, roughly about an hour.
Roughly about another hour. Ah! It's that confused detective.
Hey, pal, you know Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset and it's your fault. I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window.
Like a Kingdom Hearts villain.
Oh, I want to let you tell you this right now. If you thought there was already a love triangle between Grossberg and Mr. White, you will definitely see the love connection between Gumshoe and Edgeworth.
Oh, I'm so excited for that.
Oh, it's such a Gumshoe clearly cares about Edgeworth. And Edgeworth does not give two shits.
I love it. We're
You'll
gonna roll
notice
with
it
that.
immediately as you go along.
So...
Hey, if he's depressed, it's all your fault for doing sloppy detective work.
Ooh, ouch. Mm.
Detective?
I think you hurt his feelings.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Well, I think his feelings are easily hurt.
You're right, pal. It's all my fault. I can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart.
Hey, don't take it so hard. There's always the next case.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey. What exactly are you two doing here?
Well, we're on this case too, pal.
Huh? Hey! You can't just go around saying pal like that. That's my endearing character trait.
I'd say he's a character, alright.
Alright. Don't mind me, Gumshoe. I always look at what I'm doing first. Nice camera. Hey, there's a camera here.
That's the security camera. It takes photos of people going to the studio. All you have to do is look at the data and you can see who went where.
There's a number plate on this camera. ST1307. That must be the camera ID number. I almost want to build up a bunch of bits, then start spamming a small streamer with it. Oh, honestly, if you do that, any streamer that you give that to will appreciate it, no matter what.
Honestly, small streamers appreciate bits. It doesn't matter the value. They
Yeah.
always appreciate it when someone shows support.
Honestly,
They really.
yeah, exactly. Like, just you giving bits to me, like, that just makes me feel really good in general. And
Like, I can only imagine the amount of bits, like, total Suki has been given, like, these past 2 weeks.
mm-hmm.
Like, it's been crazy, and it's, you know, it's a crazy feeling when somebody follows, subscribes, and donates bits.
Yeah,
Because that means it's somebody who truly supports what you're doing.
mm-hmm. And, like, a thing, too, is, we're talking about Suki. Suki's my girlfriend. She also streams, and she's actually one of the reasons why I stream now, too. She's been streaming for, like, 6 years, but there was a time when she got so many, like, subs and a bunch of bits and a bunch of, like, donations, too, that she was literally, like, on the verge of crying right next to me, and it was just so wholesome. So, honestly, like we said, any support for anyone is nice. As long as the streamer is, you know, a nice person, too.
Oh, absolutely. If I'll say this now, that even if you're liking the gameplay, if you do not like the streamer, do not show support.
Yeah,
You're supporting the wrong thing.
because there is
You know?
definitely some pretty bad, like, streamers out there that I don't know any by name, but I've lurked in a couple, and I'm just like, yeah, you aren't really that much of a nice person.
Yeah, I remember when when Smash Ultimate was like still like the thing at the time, that we ended up like adding someone who was a streamer as well, but ended up getting removed because he was incredibly toxic.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, we're all down to have a good time, and we want others to have a good time. But if someone's going to be toxic, we don't really want any part in that whatsoever.
Exactly.
So, you know, and that's the thing. We all try to push for, you know, come chill out. It doesn't even mean you have to watch. Doesn't mean you have to talk. You know, just come in to say hi. Honestly, that's the one thing I've always said, is that if someone is willing to go out of their way to just come in and say hi, but they can't stay because they got something else, that's perfectly fine, because I appreciate it. Because it means that they felt it important to come into my chat to say hi.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll always be appreciative of that.
Yeah, and let's say, like, even right now, like, how many viewers do we have? Like, what, 5? I
got
appreciate... 6? Well, I appreciate literally all of you for even just taking the time to just sit here, or even just doing something else while watching. Also, Paka, I did see that hydrate. I am now hydrating.
That's the other thing too. You're making sure he stays hydrated, and even though your aim is to drown him, Paka, the point is that you're doing it out of good intentions.
Which is great, because I've learned to just not take my own sips, and I'm just waiting for them to give me the sips at this point. Yeah, enough of the mushy stuff. Let's continue on with the game. But still, we love you.
Yep, we love each and every one of you.
I'm a little bushed. Maybe I'll take a short rest here.
Hey, good idea, pal.
Detective, aren't you on the case?
Well, yeah, but... Hey, us detectives get tired of standing around too, pal. Poor
Whoa,
Gumshoe.
whoa, what happened here? Oh. The studio mascot. I guess it's a monkey of some kind. Excuse me. When I drink so much, well, like when I drink water, like I feel like I need to burp, and it's terrible.
Oh, that feeling, yeah, I
Yeah.
know what you're talking about. That one is never fun.
Oh, thank goodness Paka ran out of points. I mean, it's okay, Paka. There. You'll build up enough points later.
Just keep watching.
And guess what? If you subscribe, you get double the points. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't actually do that for points. I swear. I'll be a little angry. What kind of monkey has a nose like that?
That's what I'm saying.
He's holding a sign in his hand. Right to Studio 1, left to Studio 2. What's up with that thing? It looks kinda busted.
Oh, the wind was pretty strong yesterday and the head broke off. It took that tree down with it, too.
Oh my god, Kane, are you serious? Oh, thank you for the gift sub! Oh, I'm so sad. Like, I didn't actually prepare like a good sub emote or a sub not sub emote, but sub alert yet, because I didn't have like, honestly, I don't expect anyone to sub ever, and like, oh my goodness, that is, thank you very much. You are an amazing person. Oh.
That's sweet.
Honestly, that deserves a somebody else's emote there. There you go. I don't have any cute emotes. All of my emotes are here you go. Have a bunch have a bunch of kokichis. There you go.
Planning on doing it to Paka. That's sweet.
Funny. But thank you again. Oh. Oh
Make
no.
Raylan hydrated.
Oh
Will
god.
do.
There's a hydrate right there, and there's another one.
We are
There's
gathered
another
here
one.
today in honor
All
of
right.
Raylan_lol.
Alright, I'm gonna wait till all of these hydrates are done, and I'm gonna take that many sips.
He was a brave hydrator. Unfortunately, it
Oh,
would be
My
goodbye.
god.
I am Morgan Freeman, and this is the March of the Raylan.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Slow
Um,
down.
um
Paka, what have you done?
Alright, Tater, while you're doing that, I'll count when I get back. I'm just gonna go use the bathroom real quick. And
I'll
then
count 'em for you.
and then I'll drink that much. Be right back.
Oh my god, guys. Jesus Christ. And now you're out of points. Jesus! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Scroll down. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Dear Lord, you guys! Oh, and Kane! Wait, now I gotta recount. I had it in my head and then I lost it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, what's the damage? Wait, Kane, did you just do another one?
Yeah, and you have to take 25 sips.
25?
It's 25 hydrates.
Somehow, Kane, honestly, if it wasn't for you, I would be a little mad. I'm in a good mood now, so I will take these 25, 26,
Oh, 27.
27,
Oh, no, 26, sorry.
26? 26 hydrates. Alright. I don't... Oh man, if I had my webcam set up, I would totally turn it on right now and just let you guys see, but I don't. It's a new computer and everything. Also, hi Mocha Otaku, you're about to watch me drown, or listen to me drown. Alright, here we go. That's 1. That's 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
Might as well just take a bath, dude.
9. 10. 11. Almost out of this water bottle. 12. 13. 14. 15. Okay, that's 1 water bottle. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. Oh god. 22. I can start feeling water coming out of my nose. 23. 24. 25. 26. Oh god. That was so much water. I literally just drank, I think, a whole bottle if I put these 2 bottles together. Out of just sipping. Alright, give me a moment before we continue. I am trying not to die. Alright. Yep, I'm pretty much hydrated for the rest of the day and a half. Alright, where were we?
Well, Suki's scolding me in her stream for not hydrating alongside you.
Oh no.
She can't stop me. No, in all honesty, I actually feel fine. I don't feel any strain right now.
Okay, that's good. As long as your voice is not strained.
It's literally the Kermit the Frog in that deep voice that if I were doing those like constantly, then yes, I would absolutely probably be hydrating right now.
Yeah.
But I'm like trying to save them for like specific people if possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad I haven't gotten or done a voice that's very straining on me yet. Most of this is still kind of within my range.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Both you and I have been holding back a little bit in terms of the voice acting. Like for me, I'm just like doing different tones of my own voice.
Mm-hmm, and that's pretty much what I've been doing.
But that's because I'm saving Mickey for specifically 3 specific characters. One of them we will eventually see in this case.
Ooh, exciting.
And yeah, and then the other 2 are yet to be discovered. But they're all in their own respective cases. So one's in this one, another one's in the next, and then the third one's in the last one.
Ah. Oh, Kane. I'm sorry to hear that you broke your arm. At least you got workers' comp. That's not bad. But yeah, I really hope it heals soon. It really sucks having a broken arm. I think I've only ever had that happen to me like once, and it was such a pain. It was my dominant arm too. Couldn't do anything with it.
Workers' compensation is also a pain in the ass to get.
Yeah.
Because like companies will do everything in their power to avoid having to do that. So that's really good that you were able to get it.
Oof. And if you're having trouble typing things, don't worry. If you just want to sit down and just like watch or do whatever, or just even throw one emote or something, I understand. You don't have to type that much. And I still love and appreciate all the support you've given so far. Alright. I'm also still trying to recover from the water.
There's a big welcome sign above the path.
Gumshoe?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh my god.
Gumshoe's just been staring at Maya.
Where am I today? Yeah, apparently the studio's fallen on tough times. They've started letting people in on days they aren't filming. They make a bit of extra money by charging for admission.
Huh? You sure know a lot about this place, detective. You know, you could always quit being a detective and work here.
Yeah, and what perfect timing with the studio mascot down for the count.
Huh? Just what's that supposed to mean, pal?
Alright, Studio 1. The entrance to Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body.
Let's go in and check it out, Nick. Hey, it's locked.
Looks like you need a card key to get in. It makes sense that they would want to keep the non-employees out.
Alright, I think you examined everything.
I think that was everything, yeah? Oh, no. This path, I think. Detective Gumshoe. What's down the path to the left? Looks like a tree fell down over the path.
Oh yeah, that way is kind of dangerous. You should stay out, pal. There's nothing down there anyway. That's where Studio 2 used to be, they tell me. They don't use it now, though.
Huh, that's an interesting thing.
I think Studio 2 is like the only place you can actually get to, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this seems like a two-way road thing.
Yeah. And if you went back to the gate, the employee area is closer there. That's actually interesting. Why would they have the employee area right next to the entrance?
I know, right?
Don't you think they'd have it a little bit further out?
It's definitely interesting.
I never really thought about that till now.
Oof. Yeah, hey, at least they're phasing out that truck. Hopefully it won't injure anyone else anymore. I'm guessing, are you a warehouse worker? Because I have definitely worked my fair share of warehouses.
Warehouse, man, I hate. I've worked at a warehouse, and that is a job I never want to go back to, mainly just because of the management, and I don't trust any other warehouses to try a different place.
Mm-hmm.
After that gong show of a management system.
Factory. I don't... Well, does Amazon count as a factory? Because at that point, it's just kind of a sweatshop. That's the closest thing to a factory I've worked at. But I mean, it's very similar in style now that I think about it.
Can't confirm, not a fan of warehouse work either. Yeah, the biggest problem at our warehouse was that all they cared about was just the image. They cared about the numbers more than the actual people that were working there.
Yep.
So it was like, meet the standard, and I hear that the standard got even worse. It was like, oh yeah, now it's like you're expected to pick like 110%. It's like, are you freaking kidding me?
Oh,
Like,
no. Yep, that's pretty much
you're
Amazon.
forcing everybody, you're pushing everybody and punishing them if they don't follow safety rules, but you're also going to increase your expectations.
It's
That's terrible. So,
Okay. So, how is your investigation going, Detective?
Well, hey, I can't tell you that, pal.
Nick, maybe you need to be a little bit more indirect with your questions.
Right. So, Detective, mind if I take a look at what you got?
What I got?
The autopsy report. The latest version, if you please.
Right. Sorry about what happened last time, pal.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, poor Gumshoe. He genuinely feels bad about that.
I know. Seems like a good guy. I'll give him
He really
McDonald's
is.
later.
Gumshoe's a very good boy. He's just not very smart.
Time of death, 10:15 at 2:30 p.m. Pierced through the chest by spear. Reason for arrest? Oh, name brand Fridge Factory as a handle driver? Oh. That definitely does seem like strenuous work, though. Make sure you take care of yourself.
It's not easy.
It really isn't. Why was Mr. Powers arrested?
Simple, pal. The murder took place right over there in Studio 1. Now, the victim entered Studio 1 at approximately 1 p.m. At that time, there was no one other than the victim in the studio. According to the autopsy report, the time of death was 2:30 p.m. Only one person went to the studio between 1 and 2:30. And that person was none other than Will Powers. No one else, pal. If you think I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate.
Nick, if that's true, anyone would think that Powers did it with that kind of evidence.
Thanks for sharing me up. About the security lady.
Oh, that sweet old lady. What a charmer.
Huh? Are we talking about the same person?
When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee.
Remember what Powers said? She's a sucker for authority.
She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence.
What?
What kind of evidence?
Well, that, photo. A photo of the Steel Samurai heading toward the scene of the crime.
What? Who took that?
See the camera up on that gate, pal?
The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign?
Yeah. Whenever someone walks by, that camera automatically snaps a photo of them.
Oh no! Nick, he has evidence. We're finished.
Funny for someone with hard proof, he doesn't look too happy.
What's wrong, pal? You seem down.
Don't look so happy when you say that.
We'd like to ask the employees here some questions.
Sure thing, pal. Go wherever you like. Of course, you're not going to find any clues I haven't already found.
I'm glad someone around here seems to be enjoying themselves.
Nick, Let's go. We've got a free pass to this place. Now's our chance to check things out.
Oh, is there another,
Alright.
another place I can go to? I don't think there's
I guess
anything
you have-
else.
I guess you gotta go back to the entrance?
Seems like it. Let's move out.
Oh, right, because I guess we now have his permission to go to the employee area.
Oh, true.
There we go.
Run a tugger and move carts around. There, I got hurt driving. Oh, yeah. Oof. Yeah, that's the thing with those kind of trucks, is that they really don't have a way to, like, keep you in there. Oh, yes. I am very familiar with those.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I skipped a dialogue. Oof.
A security lady is in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts and not apple pies. Blasphemy.
Just Phoenix, right? Not apple pies.
Blasphemy.
Objection!
gets, like,
Throws an
alcohol.
apple pie.
Oh, God.
I guess all cops like their donuts.
Yeah, and they're soft enough she doesn't need to teeth to chew them. Bruh.
Hey, you! What a punch in the gut type of comment. Yeah, she doesn't, and they're soft enough she doesn't even need teeth.
I know, right?
Well, are you satisfied Power is guilty yet?
She had to make my life harder by giving that photo to the Detective Gumshoe. Talk?
Oh.
What did you tell us about this security photo, ma'am?
Oh, that? I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. These things are important, you know. Oh, just to the left from here is the gate with the camera that took that photo. It's my job to check the photos every day, you see.
Oh god, is that another hydrate? My life slowly flashing before my eyes.
I like
Unless
mentioned
you-
it and like I went to Suki's chat and like mentioned it and she was just like, "Oh, I mean, to be fair," and I was like, "Oh boy, here we go." John does like drinking, and I'm like, if you were here right now, Suki, listening to all this, you'd know that right now he's not okay.
Alright, 1 hydrate,
No, that's 2.
2 hydrate.
Kane and then Paka. That kid hydrate, Raylan.
Oh my goodness. Paka,
God, dude.
I'm going to gift you Dead by Daylight and we're forcing you to play with us.
Yeah, you're playing with us whether you like it or not. I
one
will
more
even
hydrate.
contribute if I have to.
Next time it goes on super sale or something. Get ready.
Oh, that's right. I need to get back to Suki about what she was suggesting earlier today.
Mm.
About Saints Row being Thursday, Friday, and then on Friday we'd also have like a Dead by Daylight Friday the 13th type of thing going on beforehand.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun.
Splish,
Man, I feel
splash.
like a live stream businessman right now. Like, because I've got the arrangements with you for Tuesday and Wednesday. Suki wants to do Thursday, Friday. I've got 2 friends who want to play Dying Light with me, though they don't have like specific dates. I just know that the weekend I think doesn't
a better
exactly
day.
work. And then I've got and I'm playing a game with Briegel, Moto, and Smithy. Like, like
What game are you guys playing? I didn't know that.
it's Borderlands.
Oh, I was wondering why you guys are all on Borderlands for a second. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, but that's just it though. Just because I'm playing with them doesn't mean like I'm not against like playing with you and Sooks.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, honestly, Borderlands is one of those games you can just keep coming back to.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So it's like that's happening. I arranged it with them for Saturday, so then that way I could be here, and then I can be there for the Saints Row stuff.
Mhm.
So right now, the only 2 days right now that look to be free are Monday and the non-D&D Sunday.
Aw, Kane, stop. You don't need to throw this much at me. I already appreciate and love you. No, thank you.
If Beedog can avoid hydrate, I can avoid playing. Well, not necessarily, because the reason why I can avoid hydrating is because I don't have anything to drink next to me. If someone buys you a game and gifts it to you, it's there. You can't just get rid of it.
And thanks, Bloody, for the host. Appreciate
Nice
it.
try, Paka.
And Paka, don't worry. You know, plane tickets are pretty cheap right now. I will install it some way.
We'll never install it. Just someone tricks Paka into what was it called? What was it? Was it Wondershare? Or something like that? It's basically that application that allows someone to take over your computer.
Oh, dude, that stuff is creepy, though.
It is creepy, but like that's why it's designed where you regenerate a password every single time.
Thanks, Kane. I appreciate everything. And maybe should I like not gush? Should I be like tsundere next time you give me bits?
It's not like I want your bits.
No. but Baka.
God.
Oh God.
This is getting cringy.
Oh God. What'd you make me say? No. Well, one day we'll actually finish this trial. Continue.
Okay. This guard station is in a central position. No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now, poor Hammer, he went to the studio just before 1 o'clock. The murder happened right at around 2:30, see? The only one I seen go through here between 1 o'clock and 2:30 was Powers himself. The security camera got a good look at him, too. If he's not the one that, what did it, I don't know who is.
Maybe it was you?
Good one, Sonny.
She thinks I was joking. Was the victim, Mr. Hammer, a popular actor?
Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio.
Was. Past tense.
Oh, yes. He was great as the bearded samurai.
That too, yes. He shone the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him play the evil magistrate, it's a disgrace, I tell you. Hammer took it pretty hard, and who can blame him?
About the security camera.
Oh yes, the camera. It's automatic. It can tell when someone walks through that gate, see? Then it snaps a photo. Apparently, it records the time when it takes a picture, too. But I don't bother myself with those details. I just view all the photos on the computer over in the security guard station. I check them every day before going home, I do.
Interesting.
You don't check them in the middle of the day to know if like maybe someone snuck in or anything. You just wait till everything's over.
Yeah.
Good job, old bag.
Old bag. I just love how she still doesn't have a name.
No, that's her last name. Old
Wait,
bag.
Wait, really?
Hit court record,
Oh my god. I didn't notice.
and then push R.
Push R.
Profiles of the characters. Scroll over.
Security.
Oh, it just said security lady.
Oh.
Oh, well, no, her last name is
Old Bag.
Oldbag.
And
In
little
fact, her
dick
first
country.
she's Wendy Oldbag, if I recall correctly.
Oh, I'm excited.
The pun is that they call her Wendy Windbag because of her rapid fire speech.
October 16. Global Studios employee area.
Nick, this is where they do all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Hey, look! There's Power's dressing room! No one hears this soon after the murder, I guess. Let's take a look around.
I didn't want to hit the move button, I wanted to hit the examine button. Soda can. The remains of yesterday's lunch are scattered around. Everyone was probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on the plate, minus the steak. T-bone steak. That would have hit the spot. You just had a hamburger! Trust me, I know! It's right here! I still have the box and everything!
Eat your fries, damn it! Before they become stale!
Phoenix is just munching on his apple pie. Gonna put that right there. Yeah, but I have a second stomach just for steaks. What? Hey look, I actually put it right on the table. Perfect. Love it. Well, must be the storage room. That's where they keep all the film equipment. Wow, Nick. You know a lot about the industry. What else would they keep in the film studio? It's not on the windows. Vending machine. Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. Huh? So normal.
Wow, talk about Discord out of context. Jesus Christ.
What?
I was just like watching you play, and then all of a sudden a notification just popped up, and it was let me see if I can find it here.
While you're finding that, I will hydrate. Thanks, game.
Where?
Oh. I will continue reading. Just stop me when you find it.
Yeah, continue. It's
I was expecting some cool themed snacks or something. Popcorn at least. Wait, look! Samurai soda!
oh, here it is.
Yeah?
It was just like I'm just looking at the web browser. I'm just checking out the stream, and then Discord message slides in. But what if my watermelon eats a cat?
Oh!
I was just like,
Wait.
things for. I'll take Discord messages out of context for 500, Alex. Like,
Oh, don't worry. If only I could show you what me and Suki send to each other. There's a lot of things you can take out of context, and it's all terrible. Too bad.
I mean, I wouldn't be
find out.
surprised. Our Saints Row 4 was full of out of context comment.
That's why I was like thinking I should just clip some of your guys' just reactions and just put no context.
Please do. Please do. I literally said as we were playing, clip this, clip it, clip it. Every time she said something.
And one more hydrate for Tater. Alright.
Oh, she's on the big ship battle.
Nick, try this. Oh, she is?
Yeah.
She's getting closer to the end. I think she only has 2 Templars to go through now.
Pretty much.
I think the next one she's going to do is...
She just did the sequence of rescuing Desmond's dad.
Ah. Oh, nice. So
she's now on the giant pirate ship battle that happens after that. Yeah, no, she doesn't have much left to go.
yeah, she's blasting through it. She might be able to actually make it tomorrow if she streams that before you guys do anything.
Yeah, it's possible.
And
Anywho.
I feel like she should take a break from Assassin's Creed after this one.
Absolutely.
gonna
It's
just
already
recommend
shown
that.
that her interest is waning tremendously. And it would have been much sooner if she had actually started with the first Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
That's- So, you know.
But ladies first. Literally. It's the garbage can, isn't it? Nope. A window into the dressing room. Glass is frosted, so I can't see inside.
Well, good. The last thing you need is for people to be eating lunch and can see through your window while you're sleeping or changing.
Oh, that would be amazing. That'd be one hell of a dressing room. There's a sign by the dressing room door. Wait, King, stop! Stop, I'm banning you from giving me bits. No, really, stop. Well, the first had the problem step in a puddle and you die for AC. That's true. But the thing with Assassin's Creed 1, that is actually my girlfriend Suki's favorite like Assassin's Creed, like out of all of them. Just
It's mainly
surprising.
her favorite because of Altair.
Yeah, which makes sense. Altair was a great character.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love Altair. I mean, if it wasn't for his game, Assassin's Creed would not have continued at all.
Mm-hmm.
Period. It would have ended right then and there if people didn't like Assassin's Creed so much.
Yeah, it would have been that obscure Prince of Persia like spin-off.
Which one we talking?
No, Assassin's Creed is legitimately was meant to be a Prince of Persia.
Oh,
spin-off.
yeah, I guess so, because they do share very similar traits.
Mm. But yeah, it was chalked up as a glitch in the Animus, so that's why you couldn't touch water.
Yeah. The only reason why I don't like Assassin's Creed 1 as much as the others, it has nothing to do with the characters. It's just the monotony of the game.
Yeah.
Like, all the games share the same type of missions, but Assassin's Creed 1, I think Video Game Donkey put it best, where it's like, you are given a target, then they make you watch just how terrible this target is to cement your reason for killing them. Then they send you all the way back to your base just to send you all the way back out again, and it just lather, rinse, repeats that process the entire game.
Yep, and Assassin's Creed 1 was pretty infamous for that.
Yeah, that's mainly the main reason why, is because it can get boring very easily.
Wait, Bloody! What? No, you're not supposed to do that too! Stop it, Bloody!
the Blitz train!
No, bad Bloody. I don't even know what to say. Thank you, though. Enjoy your Eevee tail. Because I actually do really like the Eevee tail bit batch that you got there. I also had to fix Kane's. Don't worry, yours will be an Eevee tail too. I haven't gotten through all of my bit stuff.
Don't scold Bloody in all caps.
Don't worry, I'm only scolding Bloody because he should save that money for something cool. Like a Switch or something. Why? I don't deserve any of this, guys. Stop, Kane. You should actually go to B-Dog's channel real quick and drop a couple of those there too.
Hey,
It's
hey!
B-Dog Zero.
Don't you dare!
B-Dog
Stop it.
0 for. Let me just discreetly put that in there. B-Dog.
You traitor!
04 2395.
What the hell? What the hell is this?
Just check for that channel and just drop in there sometime.
Don't you dare! I swear to God.
Shh. Just don't tell him. Also, no drink. Okay. Well, I don't think we're ever gonna finish this case if we don't keep going. So let's at least try to get to the to be continued, or at least to the beginning of the trial or something.
We're not too far. We're making pretty good progress. We should be there shortly.
Cool. Gotcha. Will Powers, it must be neat to be the star and have your own room like this. The door to the dressing room. It's not locked. Hey, Nick. Let's take a look inside. Maybe we can find something as a souvenir. What do you mean, find? You never know. There might be something like the samurai spear. Oh my. We don't need a spear! And that's the murder weapon, for crying out loud. Does it let me... Does it let me in? Yeah. Dressing room. October 16. Global Studios dressing room. Powers dressing room. So this is where he was sleeping. Or at least, this is where he claims he was sleeping. No one actually saw him taking a nap here, did they? Right, and there's a picture of him near the crime scene. I hope he's telling the truth for his sake. Examine. Shh, Kane, you're not supposed to tell him. I would do a physical Kappa face right now, but I can't. No webcam. It's locked.
What did you do?
Nothing, B-Dog, you're good. Just wait for your lines.
I don't trust you. I'm looking at my creator dashboard right now.
Looks like he doesn't open his window much.
Okay.
I guess it is kind of dusty outside.
Oh, a cool dude followed me 5 hours ago. Oh.
Cool dude is one cool dude.
Everyone's being nice to me. Stop it.
You deserve it. You're good. You're an amazing person. Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here yesterday. There's some regular suits in among the costumes here. Must be his own clothes. It'd be fun to wear one of those costumes. I'd say you were already wearing one myself. Not wrong. Still an odd choice of clothing. There's a bunch of snacks on the table. They must give these to the employees. Some tea and cookies. Nick, I'm hungry. Just had a burger. Yeah, but I have a separate stomach for sweets. How many stomachs does this girl have? Oh god. This must be Power's bag. Hey, don't open that. Look! An employee card key. That must be Power's. It says Studio One. Let's take it, Nick. Borrow it. You mean borrow. Card key added to the court record. That's cool. That'll be useful.
Yeah.
I wonder what else is inside Power's bag. Stop that! My partner, the thief in training. They always have mirrors like this in dressing rooms. I see my hair is still nice and spiky, just how I like it. There's a vast array of cosmetics here. Huh? This is the way he used in Samurai Boogie Woogie. Samurai Boogie Woogie. Nick, try this on.
Don't ask me. They never go in depth for those movies.
We'll make our own. No. And how can you tell the name of the show just by looking at it? I swear, if I keep hearing that sound, I'm gonna be so sad. Because these bits are just being wasted on me. Also, I just realized the McDonald's and the apple pie are still there.
Gotta keep tabs on Grobda's future husband. God damn it.
It'll be canon. Watch. It'll happen. Unless Varys dies, then we never know what'll happen in the future. Okay. And how can you tell the name of the show just by looking at the wig? I, kinda like samurai movies. Kinda. I mean, there's a lot of samurai-themed things going around here. Alright, let's go take that, key card. Wait, employee area. Main gate. Bye, old bag. Bye, old bag.
Prediction: Varys dies by snoo from Grobda.
I mean, he had enough constitution to last for how long?
Not very.
Not very long, but it was a.
But when we did revisit that town, you did let me spend the night with Grobda.
Yes.
And I was like, I even said, like, I'm never gonna let you, like, narrate it. Like, you don't have to do that. Let's just keep the story going, and let's just say that I spent the night with Grobda.
Yep.
Just because I knew that we were, like, on a mission at the time.
Yeah.
So I was like,
You guys just. My favorite part is the amount of time you guys spend in Targos for no reason. I love it.
Well, I mean, I feel like the most important thing whenever, like, you get to a new town is to, like, explore everywhere, look at your options.
It's true.
I'm
I'm not blaming you guys for that.
Maybe get some connections while you're there, if possible. Because, I mean, so far, we've managed to make some pretty okay connections.
Mm-hmm. So
And
don't
I
worry.
mean,
you
know.
you guys are doing great. I love having you guys as players.
I still just want to know how Phaethan's going to talk his way out of his situation right now.
Exactly, that'll be fun.
He's been mad. He's talked himself into the situation. Now he's going to talk himself out.
The entrance to Studio 1.
The studio is where they found Jack Hammer's body. Let's go in and check it out, Nick. I wonder if this card key we borrowed from the dressing room will work. Beep. It opened. Alright, we're in.
She's way too happy for someone visiting a crime scene. And Gumshoe's like, huh. I wonder why they're going in there.
I wonder what they're doing.
Well, back to staring. October 16, Studio 1. What is it? Oh my god, is that the... Kane! Poor Kane! Stop!
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Thank you again for the sub. Oh my goodness. Here, have an apple pie. Okay, move the whole screen. Here, just take it. Look at that transparent image that I couldn't finish before we started stream. Just take it. It's yours now.
My goodness. And now Bloody gets an EV tail.
Well, he got the
How much-
EV tail for
no, Bloody
he
already
gets a
has it.
dice. Yeah. Bloody gets a dice. But here you go. Enjoy this apple pie. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag no drink. Alright.
Enjoy your apple pie.
I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna put my extras right here. What is it? You're real quiet all of a sudden. Doesn't give you the shivers, Nick?
The white tape. It's so real.
And I see the hydrate. I will now hydrate. I will hydrate as many times for you, Kane. Thank you so much. This is the worst part because I can't say no drink because this is literally a drink. You know what, Kane? I'll do one more extra for you. There you go. Well, the evil magistrate did die here. And the steel samurai killed him. The murder weapon was the samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. Examine. Or start from left to right. Looks like a backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Steel Samurai's show.
Of course! That's the mountain Neo Fujiyama. Doesn't the Steel Samurai take place in Old Tokyo? Can you even see Mount Fuji from there? Not Old Tokyo, Nick. Neo Old Tokyo. Oh, right. Wow! Look at that camera! That must cost a ton!
Yeah, so don't touch it.
Whoa! It's heavier than I thought. Hey, you! No touching that!
Oh.
Well, what do you know? Fit. A little.
Oh, yeah, that did kind of fit a little. Sorry, my partner's kind of, you know...
You know? No, I don't know.
Who are you? Is she gonna show up a lot?
Not so much as everyone else. She'll be a character that you'll only see during investigations.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So you'll probably see her maybe 3 times.
Okay. Alright, Tater, I'll give her the Hinata voice then. Especially since we're... I'm full of water, and we'll see if I can even do it.
Oh, me? I'm an assistant here. I help with props and stuff.
Okay, God, my voice is cracking.
Don't do it. Don't force yourself. It's gonna be.
It's like it's cracking because of the water. It's not cracking because like my voice hurts. It's cracking because like I can literally feel the water regurgitate back up to my throat.
Oh, I know. That's like the worst feeling when you're like so full on water.
Yeah. Okay, I'll keep trying. If it gets bad, I'll let you know. I help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc. We're lawyers representing Mr. Will Powers. Oh, you're WP's people. WP. Oh, Will Powers. WP. I get it. I don't envy you guys one bit. But do what you can for WP, okay? You never hurt a fly. He has to be innocent. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Alright, let's not talk to you. Wow! Look at that camera. I already said that. It's heavier than you thought. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Me? Right. Sorry. This girl is out of there. Hey! Look! That's the chair the director sits in. I've always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey, Nick. Take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they clap at the start of the filming. And look! A megaphone! A real live megaphone! Huh? Ready, Nick? Action! This girl's in more trouble than I thought. Oh, what's this? That's for reflecting light. They call it a reflecting screen or something like that. The assistant holds it during filming. What? Where's your enthusiasm for things entertainment? Well, lighting is fine, but I'd want to be the director. Or maybe the Steel Samurai. I think she's being serious. You said, Tater, you said this was your favorite joke in the series? A stepladder. Alright. Bruh.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, if slightly flies over my head, I kinda get it. But we need to figure out this. Keep it in mind. Okay. I'll keep it in mind. I'll remember it. They outlined where Jack Hammer's body lay with the tape. His body was found still inside the evil magistrate's costume. I guess that's why the head part looks like a helmet. Funny. I expected a spear stabbing would leave at least a few bloodstains. I guess the costume must have absorbed most of it. I have nothing else here. Alright. The day of the crime. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder? Yes. I was in the studio the whole day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see. Only one assistant? Yes. Well, the studios isn't doing so well right now. And yesterday was only rehearsal for our action sequences. Oh, I see. In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the employee area. WP and Hammer were there, along with everyone else. The employee area, that's where Power's dressing room is, right? See, that is so weird.
I was wondering, I was like, man, I wonder what he's gonna cave.
Yes, that's the place. After eating lunch, the
Mr. Hammer went to the studio one, and I saw WP go into his dressing room. But I didn't see either of them after that.
Did you know that Mr. Powers was sleeping in his room?
No! I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's kind of private.
And then this is when she does the Hinata, like, finger touch thing.
No.
Naruto!
Oh God.
Willpower, son? What kind of girl do you think I am?
Oh, what kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. Sorry. So much for getting confirmation of Power's alibi.
What do we do, Nick? We haven't found anything. If WP was the only one who came to the studio, then he has to be the killer. They even have a photograph. Sorry. I know you're busy.
Not really.
Actually, there's been something bothering me. Aha! That's what I'm talking about. A clue. A lead. Well, I don't know about that, but that day, just after noon, I sensed someone was here.
You sensed?
Yes, several times.
Some other studio employees, maybe?
No, I don't think so. The only thing we had scheduled was an action scene run through. I was the only assistant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from the outside. Byakugan!
I did that for you, Tater. I saw that Byakugan. Really?
But wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry. I don't have any better information than that. No, thanks. That helps us a ton. Or a lot. Anything helps. Let's go put that security lady on the spot.
So you sensed that someone other than the regular film crew was in the studio?
Yes, I think.
Oh my god, is that the noise?
Kane, stop it! No, really! That's all. You know how much that is? That's literally a whole $1. You know what you can get a whole $1 with? You see this? You see this?
I think you might be able to still get something. I think there's still a $1 menu, probably. Hashtag not sponsored. Maybe if you get a couple more cents or just stop giving the bits, you'll get enough for like a McChicken or something. Last time I checked, they were like $1.10.
Total of 240 bits so far in this one stream alone.
Oh my god. Thank you so much though, Kane. I really appreciate it. Oh, still! You're injured. You shouldn't even be doing this. Oh, thank you so much though. And definitely go to McDonald's. Hashtag not sponsored. Actually, don't go to McDonald's. Or do, unless you're hungry. Who knows? I'm a little hungry and I'm trying to think what I want to do after I end stream. But thank you. I appreciate everyone. And thanks for the hydrate pack. I will. Good old H2O. I think doesn't cut it, or I think doesn't cut it in a witness testimony.
Nick, what about the security lady? If someone else came into the studio, she must have seen them.
Bye, girl with Hinata voice. Gumshoe, still there. Thinking.
I can't move.
October 16, Global Studios main gate.
What? You're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost. What? I saw the suspicious look on your face.
I wanted to ask you again about yesterday. You came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. Are you sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times?
Sure as can be.
But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from the outside here that day.
What?
Are you absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time? Ma'am?
Who was it? Who told you that? Who dares question me? Alright, you better tell me and tell me quick, you spiky-haired cretin! Someone's been complaining about the work I do, eh?
We were just talking to the assistant in Studio One.
Her! She's not even a full-time employee! All you youngins are like that nowadays, running your mouth like there was no tomorrow, saying that this and that and the other thing. Well, now, do a thing or two about respecting your elders. Shame that you used to just say what you. Ah!
Good job! I'll be honest, I'm probably... Oh, no. Actually... would I get flagged for that? I'm just gonna put, like, the background track to Rap God whenever you do that. We'll figure it out in post. Go.
Oh my god.
Alright.
I'd like try to do that all in one breath because it makes you like start speaking faster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Alright.
It won't be the last time she does that too.
Oh boy, I'm excited then.
Oh boy.
She left.
Well, Nick, this is our chance to do what we can without her looking over our shoulders.
Time to
Eat her donuts.
go outside and replace her donuts with apple pies. The computer that runs the studio security cameras.
Nick?
Maybe we can see that photo of Powers with this computer. Yeah, maybe. Should I try the computer?
Okay, let's give it a try. You know how to work these things, Nick.
Looks like I just have to enter in a few numbers. Let's see. First, I need the date of the murder. Looks like the camera turned on at 1 p.m. that day. 1. That was when the security lady arrived at the guard station. Please enter the number of the security camera. Oh shoot, which camera was it again?
I think it was 307.
I completely forgot. Try it?
There, entered. Hey, it printed out the data for the day.
Let's see what we got. Oh.
I'll be completely honest with you. When I first played Phoenix Wright, I got to this part. It was late at night.
Oh.
That ambience started playing, and that picture showed up, and I was freaked out. It freaked me the hell out.
I can see it.
Like, my heart just started pounding. I was like, oh shit, this is getting scary.
How? Is this a picture of Will Powers?
Well, he is the one who always wears that suit. I guess that's why the security lady thought it was him.
I don't imagine the detective was very happy with this photo as evidence. Something's printed on the back.
Huh? October 15, 2 p.m. Photo number 2.
What does that mean?
Maybe there's more photo data from that day.
Nope. That's the only one in the computer.
Hours, question mark, photo added to the court record.
Hey, Nick! Can't we use this photo as evidence for the trial?
Yeah,
We'll put that security lady in her place with this.
right. We'll put her in her place.
Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says.
Wait, let's not.
Why not?
It's never a good idea to reveal your hand to the enemy too soon.
Nick, you're craftier than I gave you credit for. Why, you could be the next evil magistrate.
Hey! Why do I have to be the villain? Relax. It was just a joke. So are we done for the day? I think this photo is what we needed for the trial. Still, it'd be better if we had some idea who the real killer was. Maybe it really is the security lady. To be continued. Oh! And on perfect time too! Actually. I'm looking
fantastic timing.
I was looking on stream. It was literally like it just got to 4. It just got to 4 hours. So let me save right here real quick. Perfect. Oh god, I didn't mean to click.
That means pretty much the entire next session will be
The
all
trial.
of this, all of this chapter, all of this case. In fact, it may or may not be enough time to finish the whole case.
Whoa, that'll be
It all depends on how long
Interesting.
it takes us to get through the remaining parts, because we still have 2 more investigation days and 2 court days
oh goodness. Well,
after this one.
I'm excited. So we'll see.
I think you'll like how this case plays out. It's pretty good.
Okay, perfect. Well, we're gonna stop for today. Is Suki actually still streaming?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's lighting the signal fires in Assassin's Creed 3.
Oh, nice. We can rate her real quick. But we'll continue again Tuesday next week. So we're actually gonna do Phoenix Wright every Tuesday, Wednesday. I have another stream. It's not Phoenix Wright, so if you guys don't want to go to that, don't feel free not to. We'll just be trying to finish up some Jet Set Radio, probably around the same time. It also depends because I think Suki's gonna be over at my place now on Saturday too. So we'll kind of play it by ear on that day. But Sunday is definitely the big stream where we're going to have all of us coming in for some D&D action. And they're in a very peculiar place right now.
And one of our teammates is in a very awkward position. And only he can get himself out of it.
So
He's the only one who rolls that well for stuff like that.
So we'll see what happens, and it'll be a fun trip. But all right, guys, thank you so much for joining. And again, Kane, thank you for all the generosity, and you too, Bloody. I honestly appreciate it so much. And Tater, also you guys should visit Tater's stream too. He's playing Danganronpa blind, and it is amazing because his reactions are great. And he's going to be on the 4th trial in that game, and that one is going to be a doozy.
Oh boy.
Yep. So that'll be fun. Oh, and then can you play Pathfinder? Yeah. I like Pathfinder. I really do. We haven't gotten it, well, at least my guys haven't gotten really to mess with it too much. So I don't know, like, our next session. Oh, thank you again so much. Stop it.
Cade, stop giving us money.
You really stop? We really feel bad about that. But we're, I guess, well, whenever this main session finishes, we might try, I think Pathfinder 2E. We might try it. We'll see. If anything, we might homebrew something. And just kind of take apart the pieces we like from 5, because we're playing 5E right now, and Pathfinder is a little different, so we'll see. That's still way down the road, because I don't know, with how these guys are doing, we'll see how fast they finish Storm King's Thunder. It's only been 34 episodes coming up now, right? But alright guys, I'm going to have a good night, and like I said, I appreciate each and every single one of you. Let's go raid some Sooks. There we go. Ready.